let us know. So we're ready to go live. So good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the regular meeting on April 9th, 2024 at 7:19 p.m. Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, my council colleague, administration, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. The time is now 7:19 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Okay.
Present.
I'm getting it.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm done with you. I'm going to lawyer, so we'll talk about it. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I just
Councilwoman Davila.
Director Spezial, can you please mute yourself?
Mute yourself.
Hold on. I apologize. But I'm having electrical problems here. The lights go on, the lights go off.
Okay, Fire Chief, another job.
Madam Clerk, I am present.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Any way you could get it to anybody?
Councilman Kalik.
Here.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. I am present.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Director Spezial, you need to put yourself in mute. I'm present.
You know what, Councilman? I have a really old computer. Let me see.
Council
Mr. President.
Unmute.
Mr. President.
My vote, President, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. This evening's prayer will be rendered by Reverend Phyllis Riley, which has been followed by the flag salute led by Councilman at Large MD Farid Udin. Let's pray. Phyllis.
God, we thank you for your presence on tonight, oh God. We acknowledge you as God. We acknowledge you as Lord, oh God, over the city of Paterson and over the nations of the world, oh God. Father God, in spite of all of the fears, all of the frustrations, all of the chaos, all of the misunderstandings, all of the bickering, all of the backbiting, all of the finger pointing, all of the mistrust, all of the disagreement, all of the hatred, all of the lawlessness within every sphere of influence in this city, including government, education, religion, finance, families, social media, and business, you still have a plan for the city of Paterson. Your plan is a plan of prosperity. Your plan is to give her hope and a future in her final outcome, not because she deserves it, but because there are watchmen on the walls of this city who continue to declare what you decreed, who will never hold their peace nor give you any rest until Paterson becomes a praise in the earth. And so we continue to cry out your righteous decrees because your word is and will always be the final authority on all matters. No matter what it looks like now, you can turn things around if you have a people who will speak what you said and not relent or be moved by what they see, but believe. Now unto you, Father God, who is able to keep us from falling and present us without blame before the presence of your glory with great joy. To you, O God, the only wise God, our Savior, be glory, majesty, dominion, and power, both now and forever. Amen.
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 Now let's do a moment of silence for our troop and for those that lost a loved one in our community.
Flag salute first.
The flag salute.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Councilman Udin, please.
Councilman Udin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now, let's do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community and for our troop and our nation. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is April 9th, 2024. The time is now 7:23 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, so let's start with our agenda with payment of bill. Before that, let's please concentrate on the item that we have on the agenda. Any comment, make sure that is reflected into the conversation that we're planning to have tonight. And before we start our meeting with payment of bill, let me just give the number to the resident of the great city of Paterson that would like to speak on the public portion. The number to call is 973-321-1579. Meeting ID is 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting and press star 3 to be added into the speaker room. And when we open the public portion, we're going to start with the amount of calls that we have there. It's 7:26. We're expecting to have public portion around 8:20, 8:30. So let's do payment of bill. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. Once again, good evening to my council member colleagues and to the administration. Madam Clerk, thank you as well. Our Deputy Clerk, thank you for that prayer. To all the council members, the bills list, as you all know, this was not a payroll week. So the total is $3,239,112.21. If you look, you can see that there was statutory payments, which were solid waste, and general government of
so moved.
$1,602,830.92. My recommendation is for payment of bills.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Who is the second person who seconded?
The second was Councilman Velez and Councilman Velez.
Thank you. Roll call for payment of bills in the amount of $3,239,112.21. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I don't have my payments of bills, so I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udin.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
You are in the.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 1 abstention, 1 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $3,239,112.21 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Consent agenda, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 5 through 24. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Abdelaziz,
Second.
Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udin.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Payment, I'm sorry. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Make sure we get some water to Madam Clerk. We gotta take care of Madam Clerk. We have to. So, Council Member, we have Madam Clerk. We have item 25 from 25 to 36. There a non-consent agenda item. Let's start with item 25, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 25. Just a moment. Item number 25 is a resolution honoring Chief John DeCandle, Sr., for his 51-year tenure as the longest-serving employee with the City of Paterson. It's sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims and Councilwoman Maritza Davila. It's a City Council Resolution 24:247.
Move. It was moved.
Second.
Moved by Council President Mendez and second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Lilisa Mims, and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
I don't have
Just simple, Council President. Last meeting, I requested to be also co-sponsor on it because I have a good relationship also with Chief DeCandle, and we work together when it comes up to announce the vaccination and all that stuff. And I would like to be co-sponsor too.
Okay, so let Madam Clerk, so add Councilman Velez as a co-sponsor of this resolution.
Yes.
Yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, roll call on item number 25 as amended to add Councilman Velez as a co-sponsor. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes, Chief DeCandle has given pretty much his entire life, and not just him, his family, right? The people behind the scenes that always support him. He's there for everyone in the city, especially the animals, right? That have no voice sometimes. That he goes above and beyond, and you see more positive news that comes out of Chief DeCandle's office than most offices in the city. So this is well deserved. God willing, he's with us in the city for another 51 years, and hopefully, keep up the great work, Chief. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Chief John DeCandle, Sr., for his 51 years of service here to us in the City of Paterson. I've known John probably the 51 years that he's been here in the City of Paterson. So, John, congratulations. May you continue to be able to function and still do your job and still help us out with the city. Because I know every time I call you, you do respond gracefully with me. So once again, congratulations, Chief. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Chief DeCandle, it is true, all that has been said thus far, what has been written about you. I mean, you cannot take away the service and your dedication to our city. I know how you love our animals. I know all that you've done and continue to do. I'm not sure I want you to live another 51, because I believe, right, that right now we're acknowledging all your hard work, but I also believe that there's some time to enjoy yourself and the family. I also thank your family because I know that many a times on weekends, you do all these clinics for our cats, our dogs, and you've advocated for our dog parks and, animal parks. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being a third ward resident who is dedicated to our city. With that said, I want to say congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
This is very well deserved. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Councilman Kalik, I love your short responses. You're on the roll tonight. I love it. So to Mr. DeCando, I think you're absolutely amazing. I've always told you that privately, and I've said it publicly many times. When we have people in our community, such as yourself, who have, number one, have lived here for a very long time. I think you live in one of the greatest wards, and there's many others that are great, first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth. But you live in the third, so I have to talk about the third tonight. I'm really grateful that you are like the ambassador in that particular ward, and you do great work for all of the communities at large when it comes to animal rescue, animal control, so many different things. And I just have to highlight that your wife makes the best banana pudding. So with that being stated, I want to support this tonight. Thank you, Council President, for bringing this forward to honor someone that lives in the third ward of the city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Chief DeCando, thank you so very much, and kudos for your services. And again, this is a very well-fitting respect toward your services, and I completely 100% support this resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a special story to say. He cares, and I agree with all my colleagues. He cares about animal, no matter what gender the animal is or breed. He always cares about every animal in the city of Paterson, especially those that knock their doors, not animals, people that knock the doors of the animal control division and always go with a request. I need vaccination. I need a veterinarian to take care of my dog. And he always looking for those nonprofit organizations to help the residents of Paterson. When we named the dog park John DeCando on River Street, it was a goal of him, and he always was looking for lobby for those dog park. Now we're going to have a new dog park on the 6th ward, and I know he lobbied for that too. So John DeCando, there's a little story that I will never going to forget. There was a mother that has a son that is autistic, and he needed a support dog. And I called John DeCando. John, I need a dog to see how we could donate this dog to this family. And it hit the news. About not important thing that hit the news. It hit the heart of that family. And the dog name is Blue. And he did that goodwill, and that family is always going to be happy about the way that he moved forward and the needs of the community. John DeCando, you are a friend of the community. You are a friend of all of us, the council people, and those that passed through the 40 years that you've been working with us, and any administration that worked with you. So the Public Safety Department should be proud of having an individual that is dedicated, compassion, and passion runs that department, and I know his co-worker will say the same thing. Congratulations, John DeCando. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The city's been blessed by having John DeCando dedicating his life to serve our community. It was a great privilege for me to put this resolution together, and I want to thank to all my council colleagues for endorse and support this legislation and be co-sponsor, because he truly deserves it. As our councilwoman at large, Dr. Lily Simmons, say, he's one of our third ward residents, and Councilwoman Davila as well. And he's a human being, a phenomenal human being. People love John DeCando. the other employees in the city of Paterson. May God continue blessing you. And I want to say thank you to your family. Thank you for just being there and allowing you serve this community 24/7, because those that know John DeCando, they could call him at any time during the day or during the weekend, and he's always there for the people. So it's a blessing. I'm looking forward to have a ceremony here in City Hall to give you this resolution to you and your family as well. God bless you. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 25 is hereby adopted as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 26.
Item number 26 is a resolution designating Rossiter Avenue from Chamberlain Avenue to the dead end to also be known as Dr. Lugo Way. It's sponsored by Councilman Shaheen Khalid, co-sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Council President Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution 24:248.
Second.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Khalid, second by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Alex Mendez, and Councilwoman Lilissa Mintz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 26.
Roll call on item number 26 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Lugo gave his life to the children of Paterson. This is very well deserved. I wish I had the honor of honoring him while he was living, but as all of us know, he passed away. But at least his soul probably could see what we're doing, honoring him for his dedication and the service to City of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you for this great honor, Councilman Khalid, to honor Dr. Lugo. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udin.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, thank you for the opportunity. Councilman Khalid, thank you. Dr. Carlo Lugos, he was teacher of my son in school 15. He dedicated himself and teach others about other things, sexual orientation and other stuff in his profession, and also orientate families beside teaching in school. So Dr. Lugo, everybody call him, but his name is Carlo Lugo. Rest in peace. Let the record reflect. I was trying to hit the button to say second. If I had the opportunity to second also the resolution, I will appreciate. I see Councilwoman Davila shaking her head, but it's a request that I'm doing. Thank you. My vote is yes, Carlo Lugo. Rest in peace. You did a lot for us. You paved the road for a lot of Dominican leaders at this time that are serving the city, and also the leaders that work with the community at large. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that's totally correct. Dr. Lugo gave his life to serve the children of Paterson. We lost a lot of great leaders from the community through COVID, and he was one of them. May he rest in peace. Definitely, and his family, my deepest condolences to the family. He has a phenomenal family that they still live in Paterson, and they're still giving back to the community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 27.
Item number 27 is a resolution designating Straight Street between 20th Ave to 21st Ave to also be known as Peter Tirri Way. It's sponsored by Councilman Ala Al Abdelaziz, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Dr. Lilissa Mims, Councilman Luis Velez, Councilman MD Farid Udin, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Council President Alex Mendez, and Councilman Shahin Khalid. It's a City Council Resolution number 24:249.
Second.
So moved.
It was
Second.
moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Council President Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 27.
Roll call on item number 27 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Pete Tirri was a longtime union president for the Paterson Education Association that fought for many, many, many years for the rights of our union teachers and aides and all the employee secretaries in the Paterson public school system. And this is a way for them to honor the person that, put a lot of time fighting for their rights. I know many council members know him personally. He represented them. Council members before me, that was their union rep and the union president. This is the least we could do for him and the union to recognize for all his sacrifice he's given to the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So yes, I met Peter Tirri, and let me tell you, I've been part of the NGA. This year will be my 30th year as a union member, and I know all of the work that Peter has done, in the educational community. But the most important thing that we have to know is this is a Patersonian, a born and raised Patersonian. So how nice it is to be able to honor someone that was born and raised and dedicated so many years to the city of Paterson through teaching, because he was teaching first before he became the president. So, with that said, congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. As it's already been stated, Pete Tirri is the epitome of service, especially to the educational excellence for our students and our educators. He was just in our school maybe a couple of weeks ago. We had a long talk about his advocacy in School 21, which I am an alumni of, school number 21. And I just want to thank Mr. Tirri for his hard work and dedication, not just years ago, but even to present, helping to make sure things are structured, they are prioritized, and making sure that our students continue to get a quality and a thorough and efficient education. Mr. Tirri, well deserved. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin. Councilman Udin. Maybe he's absent. Councilman Velez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Everything was saying about Mr. Tirri. He was a warrior in education. Everybody knows that. And those that always was looking for run for office always like to talk to him, right? To get that endorsement. But we endorse his work. We endorse his dedication to education. And that's why this is not enough. We could do more for him because he gave a lot for the community and to the educational community in the city of Paterson. And for those teachers and those that he always raised a voice concern of his membership in the union. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 28, Madam Clerk.
Item number 28 is a resolution designating Straight Street between 21st Avenue, between East 19th Street and Madison Avenue to also be known as Francisco and Elsa Mantilla Way. It's sponsored by Councilman Ala Abdelaziz, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, Councilman Luis Velez, Councilman MD Farid Udin, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, and Council President Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution 24:250.
Second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, Council President Mendez.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman.
Before you go on roll call, Corporation Council, at our workshop, I stated that we are not renaming Straight Street. We are renaming 21st Avenue between East 19th and Madison Ave. Please let the record reflect that this is not Straight Street. That should be omitted from the title.
Thank
I just get confirmation, Council President, from legal.
Yes, Mr. Abushi, unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Yes, Councilman, we did receive that note. I was under the impression that the actual document was amended to reflect as such, and we will certainly take care of it for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Roll call on item 28.
Council President?
Councilman Khalid?
Isn't this an amendment, Councilman Abdelaziz, just to add Elsa's name there?
Yeah, so it's just a resolution, just adding it. Yes.
But shouldn't it be just an amended resolution?
It's I guess legal. We're just gonna rename it. Yeah, we're just gonna rename the whole thing.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 28.
Roll call on item number 28, which has been amended to read resolution designating 21st Avenue between East 19th Street and Madison Avenue to also be known as Francisco and Elsa Mantilla Way. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I'm going to take a couple minutes here, Council President. Elsa Mantilla is family to me, right? I met her at a young age, and if you want to get involved in the 6th Ward, you had to go visit the Chief, Francisco, and Elsa on 21st Avenue. And they took me in as a son. And Elsa, everyone knows who Elsa is, right? You know, she's it's not just 21st Ave when it comes to Elsa. It's the city of Paterson. It even goes to Passaic County area, right?
Just talking.
Councilwoman Cock, can you and the director please move yourselves? So her reach goes beyond Paterson and into the greater Passaic County area. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, we are lucky to have Elsa in the 6th Ward, right? I am lucky to have Elsa in the 6th Ward because her base, her area is 21st Ave. Her heart is there. I know we spread her thin all around the city, but 21st Ave is where she is known. She keeps me on my toes. And not just me, the previous council.
Deputy Director, Councilman Abdelaziz, can you please mute yourself?
Thank you. So, Elsa, if you ask any council person in the 6th Ward before me, she was part of their team to make sure the 6th Ward is as great as it is today, right? Andre Saya, before Andre Saya, Tom Rooney, right? If you call Tom Rooney today, say Elsa Mantilla, he would say this should have been done years ago. So I'm glad that we're able to put this together for her. And most importantly, when you see Francisco and Elsa, and God willing, you know, my daughter one day, it does the great things that I'm doing. Look at her family. Look at her children, right? They're giving back to the community. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And that's when you know the type of person Elsa is and Francisco was. And today, and we're putting them back, putting that sign what it should really say, right? Francisco, Elsa, Mantilla Way. Congratulations, Elsa. I was by you this weekend. She's humble about it. She doesn't talk about it. But as Councilwoman Mims says, we're going to give you your roses while you can smell them. And we're going to celebrate you at 21st Ave, and the 6th Ward is going to celebrate you. Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to you, Al, to add the wife to Francisco and put Elsa's name to it, I think that is just absolutely wonderful, because people don't realize sometimes, and some of them do, behind great men or great women, and they work together as a great team. So it's really nice that you put this together. And I want to say to Elsa, I could call her at any time. She would answer the phone. She's a very community-minded person. Her kids are community. Her son-in-laws. So she has been contributing to this community for really a long time. Al, probably you wasn't even born yet when she was around contributing to this community. And I want to say, Elsa, I appreciate you. When I call you, you answer. When I have a question about something, you answer. And I want to say congratulations. And Al, thank you for adding the wife to this resolution. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
This right here is very special. This is family. This is a woman that I've known even before I was elected. This is a woman that any woman would admire and look up to, a classy lady, a family woman, married for 50 years to her husband. I'm happy that we were able, while he was alive, we were able to do a dedication. But now we're doing the dedication as we should have began it, with both of you. Councilman Abdulaziz said it so well, in terms of her dedication to the community. Let it be known that I believe she started in the 3rd Ward first. Okay. And yes, she has been in the 6th Ward, I'm sorry, for many, many years. I love to sit down with her. I visit her. I talk to her a lot. Her advice is important. Her family is important. Her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and they continue to give to this city. So I can tell you that when Councilman Abdulaziz said, hey, through committee, we need to, do this renaming. I said, oh my God, how perfect it was, because it was a thought even when we were doing the dedication the first time. But, she is like a mother figure to me and to many. She's gotten many accolades, even if I'm not mistaken, just reading from here from President Abinader, and in 2021, and she's gotten so many others. And, she's to be respected. I love you as I call you Mamita. Thank you so much for sharing your family as well. I loved your husband dearly as well, as I know he did me. And I'm just happy to be able to be alive and to be able to have you alive so we can dedicate this to you. And, there is a Fiesta del Pueblo for Councilman Abdelaziz, where the community is supporting him. And I'm looking forward to starting the party there. So with that said, with all honor, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So, as I affectionately call Mama and Pop, Mama Elsa made my prom dress when I was 13, 14 years old. We go way back. It's been many, many years since I've been connected to the Mantilla family. And this is well-deserved, Councilman Abdelaziz. When it comes to making sure we support people and give them their flowers while they can smell them, it's important to talk about the rich legacy and heritage that these individuals have and the impact that they make on the community at large. Well-deserved. I make sure I'm at that celebration. I hope I'm in Jersey and not in Maryland, that I will be able to participate. But this is well-deserved, and I definitely stand in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin? I think he's absent. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, give me just 1 second. I'm just backing up here. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir.
Just bear with me for a minute. Sorry, colleague, for that. What I could say about Elsa Mantilla, I could say a lot. I think I know, and we have a relation I have a relation with Elsa Mantilla way, way, way before any politician probably in this setting have known her. We go so way back. My son is 18 years old. She was at my way back. We know each other. She started a resident in the 5th Ward. Then she went to the 4th Ward. Now she's in the Great Ward of the 6th Ward. For me, it's like she's my heart. You know, Elsa Mantilla is like a real mother for me. I don't call her Mamita or Mama Pancha. I call her mother. And we have a good relation, not only with her daughters, her in-law, you know, how you call it, the husband of the daughters, and all of them. So we have a good relation. And I could say this, when you talk about Arturo, you talk about business. When you talk about Elsa Mantilla, you talk about culture. And always she liked to see is that the Dominican community always be together with any other community. That's what she preached. That's why she, in her galas and her Dominican parade, she honored every nationality, honoring them with the Godfather title from the Bangladesh, from the Afro-American, any nationality in Paterson, she honored them in the statewide Dominican parade here in Paterson, New Jersey. And when we talk about Elsa Mantilla, we don't not just talk about 21st Avenue. Every time when you see that parade going on East 33rd, all the way down to downtown, that means, and by the way, and go through the heart of Paterson, the 5th Ward, that means that she sent a message of unity and that she loved everyone that she taught, crossed, or dedicates herself. She's a humanitarian. You knock her door, she gave donation to people that had passed away, that needs that fund to transport the body to any other part of the Dominican Republic or anywhere in the state. I could say a lot of things from Elsa Mantilla and her family and the legacy that she being put in the city of Paterson. Dama y caballero, Elsa Mantilla, I love you. Estamos dedicando esto a ti y a tu esposo porque son unos pilares en nuestra comunidad. Y si muchos saben quién es Elsa Mantilla, sabe que es una mujer con mucho temple para amar a todas las comunidades y lo ha hecho con todo el mundo igual. Que viva la República Dominicana, que viva Elsa Mantilla y que viva don Arturo Mantilla que nos vela desde el cielo. Te quiero, papá. Dios te bendiga. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. It's this is a very special resolution, as all my colleague mentioned before. Elsa Mantilla, the president of the Dominican Parade in the state of New Jersey. Elsa, it's been a blessing for the city of Paterson. I mean, she's been, every time you need Elsa Mantilla, she's always there, not only with the Dominican community, but with all the community. Every time there's a problem, not only in the U.S., but outside the U.S., in some cases with Haiti, with any of the island. So she's in the front line, working with elected officials to collect donations, to send those donations to all the people. So she's not only helping the resident of the great city of Paterson, she's helping other people. So this past year, so we put a beautiful event together to help the Dominican Republic, and she was there in the front line, collaborating with all of us, with elected officials, leaders in the community. So she's always there, helping others. And Don Arturo Mantilla is a phenomenal human being. You pass by 21st Avenue, you always see Don Arturo Mantilla sitting in front of his business. So Don Arturo Mantilla, Rosita Mantilla, as you call you, my sister, Elsita Mantilla, Arturito Mantilla. Elsa has a beautiful family, and they following their step. You know, they're business owner and entrepreneur in that community, creating job. You know, so it's been a big legacy behind the Mantilla's family, and it's a blessing for me to work with my council colleague, with Councilman Abdelaziz, to rename this portion of the street. Well-deserved, Elsa Mantilla, well-deserved. May God continue blessing you with long life. That way you can continue helping others, not looking at race, color, or anybody. You are there for everybody, and that's all. That's the way we all should be, helping others without looking for race or ethnicity, because we are family in the city of Paterson. Just keep doing that amazing job that you're doing. Bendiciones para ti, Elsa Mantilla. En este día estamos reconociendo esta calle en tu nombre. Don Arturo Mantilla fue un pilar en nuestra ciudad y ahora van a estar juntos en esa calle. Que Dios bendiga a tu familia, a tus hijos, Elcita, Rosita y Arturito, que son personas que están siguiendo tus pasos, dueños de negocio en esta ciudad y creando un legado en la ciudad de Paterson. Que Dios lo bendiga a todos. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 29.
Item number 29 is a resolution honoring Dorothy Foxworth for decades of dedication, commitment, and loyalty to the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, and Council President Alex Mendez. City Council Resolution 24:251.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, second by Council President Alex Mendez and Councilman Luis Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 29. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Cotton.
She just had to give her a minute. She's walking.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Davila, let's go.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Which number are we on, please?
Number 29.
Okay. Oh, Miss Dorothy Foxworth. Let me just say, if I may, I have known her for many, many years, and she has been so dedicated and committed to our community that Councilwoman Mims, this is absolutely an honor. I've known them for many, many years, so she's absolutely wonderful. And we, as you always say, Councilwoman, give flowers while they're still here. Say to them, I truly, truly appreciate everything you've done and everything that you do and everything that you're going to do. Madam Clerk, that being said, congratulations, Ms. Dorothy Foxworth. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Hi. So before I vote, I know our director is on, Billy Rodriguez. I just got a text message that on Ellison and Mill Street, there's no light. So if you can have somebody check that out, between Ellison and Mill Street, there's no lights. I just want to say this is to be able to honor such a great woman of faith, strength, and community is an honor. It is so important that we acknowledge people that are pillars in our community. Their families are staples in our community, and they're lifelong residents in the city of Paterson. To Ms. Foxworth, I think I saw you. I did. I saw you on yesterday. I was running into Walgreens for my mom, and you were out waiting for your sister, as you always do. You're always assisting and serving someone in this great community and your church, Great Highway Church, Bishop Listen Page, Senior and Junior, who you've been under for a very, very long time, and to your family. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for all that you've done. And thank you for the blessing that you've been to so many people. There's always in our life people that we never go back to say thank you. We don't have the opportunity to buy a present or give a gift to them. But I believe it's important when we have an opportunity and a platform to recognize people like yourself, that we do it with grace, integrity, wisdom, and strength. Thank you for all that you do. And I love you very, very much. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
I could say a lot of things on Margaret Johnson, but my vote is yes at this time.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you so very much.
That was the wrong name. We're not on Margaret Johnson.
No, Miss Dorothy, congratulations. Well deserved. For your hard work in your church, and especially the food pantry, helping others. That's talk a lot. You've been a blessing for the city of Paterson. May God continue blessing you with long life for you and your family. That way you can continue serving the community and serving the city of Paterson and helping those in need in our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Item number 30, Madam Clerk.
Item number 30 is a resolution designating Straight Street from 20th Avenue between Martin Street and State Street to be also known as William Priestley Way. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, Council President Alex Mendez, Councilman Al Abdulaziz, and Councilman MD Farid Udin. City Council Resolution 24:252.
Second.
So move.
Second.
You're going to have to fix that, right, Councilman Velez?
It was
What was that?
council members.
Don't you have to fix that, Councilman Velez?
Yes, I had
The
to.
resolution designating Straight Street, it should say resolution designating 20th Ave.
Yes.
Correct. Correct.
Council members, let me just read into record who moved and who second. It was moved by Councilman Velez. It was second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Davila, if I'm not mistaken.
No. It was moved by Velez, second by Davila, Mims, and then
Mims,
yourself.
and myself. Who else?
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, it was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mims, and Council President Mendez.
Yeah, I have it that way.
Okay.
And also let the record reflect it's not Straight Street, it's 20th Avenue between Martin and State Street.
Okay, so we'll make that change. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Roll call on item number 30 as amended. Resolution designated 28th Avenue between Martin and State Street to be also known as
Council President, before we could do it in discussion.
Councilman Velez.
Before she read it in the section, Bill was no by Bill, not by William, but I spoke to the family and they said there's William Bill Priestley.
Okay. So that correction will go on the resolution. Roll call.
Right, thank you.
Roll call on item number 30 as amended. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, are we amending or are we voting?
We're voting.
Okay. I just want to say to I did not know William Priestley Way, but I know that Francisco Nunez looked after him. So I just want to say to the family, she said many great things about him, and I just want to say to the family, I'm happy that Councilman Velez is recognizing him for the amount of work that he has done in his community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So, Mr. Priestley was loved by many, and he loved many. And many were influenced and influential in his life as he was influential in others. There's many to name. I just want to thank Councilman Velez for putting this forward. He was a sweet man. I'm thankful for all the help he gave me. And, with that said, very sad of his passing. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For this particular item, I always believe that we should give people their flowers while they can smell them. But I am also grateful that Mr. Priestley knew how much I loved him while he was alive. That is so important that you not only give them the flowers, but they know how you feel about them as well while they are living. I want to personally thank Martha Arancibia and Ms. Francisca Nunez and his family for the being there and supporting even during his time of illness. He was a great supporter and advocate for 20th Ave, for the veterans and so many things. So when it comes to people like Mr. Priestley, we're never going to forget him. He made it his business to call all the time to make sure the things that were needed and necessary, he stood on the front line and he made the phone calls to make sure it got done for the great city of Paterson. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, this is to you, Mr. Priestley. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I had to get some light here. Madam Clerk, you know, everybody has stated their piece. I agreed. Every statement made by any councilman here. William Bill Priestley was a friend way before being in politics. Okay, way before being in politics, William Priestley was my friend. I was aware of the conditions that he was going through. I never stopped him to lobby, to have a communication, me as his councilman, to get things done on 20th Avenue and for the seniors, because he was the voice and he always delivered through my office. If we have a bus shelter, it's because he came to me, Councilman, we need a bus shelter. It's there. We need to paint around the 20th Avenue and State Street and Martin Street to make sure the seniors have a crosswalk safe for them. He used to call my office and we get the job done. When he needed those flashing lights in front of the Governor Towers, we went to Mr. Statuto. Mr. Statuto understood the needs of the area and we made it happen. So there was a relation, not only in politics, also a personal relation with Bill Priestley. I was at his wake, you know, we was there in the moment of the earthquake was coming too. So our heart goes to the family, our condolence to them, and we're going to continue living the legacy of Bill Priestley, how he advocated for everyone in that building. Through the pandemic, he was my right-handed to make sure all those masks was in those doors in the building. And when they needed the food, Bill Priestley was there, carrying boxes with me to serve those residents of 20th Avenue. It's not political season. It's Bill Priestley was a friend way before being in a council. And I follow his steps and always listen to his concern, and we'll continue doing that. My vote is yes on this honoring from Bill Priestley. Rest in peace. Pray for the family. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Our senior in the building of 20th Avenue lost a true leader. He was there for every senior. He was advocating for everybody. I had the opportunity to work really close also with Mr. Bill, phenomenal human being. He was there for everyone, making sure that the safety, safety was his first priority for all the seniors in the building, in and outside the building. I have the opportunity also to deliver a lot of food to the building for the senior. He was there helping me every step of the way. So may you rest in peace, and also my deepest condolences to the family also as well. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
I am looking at my packet and I do not see items 31 nor 32. I don't see the resolutions.
Council President, if I may, 31 is Ruby Cotton's item.
31.
I'm requesting
I have the floor, Councilwoman Cotton. I was just making a statement.
I'm requesting that we take it off for now because it's not correct.
And Council President, take number 32 supposed to be out of the agenda also.
Okay, so council members, 1 minute. 32 will be out of the agenda. And Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, this resolution is resolution honoring Margaret Johnson as the older resident of the city of Paterson. So I believe that if we could email it the item, it's up to you, Councilwoman. I know it's your resolution.
Council President, Sorry, I say so. Like that. They had to be out of the agenda. It's an explanation. It's not out of the agenda. We don't want to. It's not out of the agenda. We're not going to do it. It's we have to fix something that was that we need to work. We
Let
can
the
do this.
councilwoman. Thank you. I would like to hear from Councilwoman Cotton since this.
I'm talking about 32.
No. 32 is out. 32 is out.
But I want to, Council President.
Yes.
I'm explaining that I just said it's out of the agenda now because we're not going to do it. It's that we had to fix some stuff on 32, and it's coming in the next meeting.
Yeah. The next meeting. Perfect. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Council President. I want to remove Margaret Johnson for now because it says that we honor her as the oldest resident of the city of Paterson. Margaret Johnson is deceased now. And I think that the resolution needs to read memorializing the life of Margaret Johnson. And I just want to say, I know that she lived in Dr. Norman Cotton Senior Housing. And I went there probably for 4 or 5 of her birthdays. And one thing she loved was scratch-offs. And I would make sure that I bought her scratch off every time it was her birthday, and they always did parties and everything for it. But so for now, Council President, I want to remove Margaret Johnson because it has to be completely done over.
Yes.
And I want to add Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims as a sponsor with me for Margaret Johnson. I want to make sure that it's done right. I don't want to rush to do this. I've gone over to Dr. Norman Cotton's senior building many times to celebrate her birthday. Before she was even 100, I remember going there, and Councilwoman Mims went with me to celebrate. So we will put it on, if you can, Council President, for the next workshop, and then for the next regular meeting.
Thank you. So item number 31 and 32, Madam Clerk, will be added on the next workshop. We're going to have the opportunity to have a discussion and make sure that both items are correct before we take formal action on the following
correct.
Meeting.
Council President. Council President. Now that Ruby explained why, I'm going to explain mine. It's going to be East 22nd. It's going to be East 22nd between 17 and 18 because her house is corner house. So it's going to be East 22nd between East 18 and 17.
Correct.
Because in the future, I'm going to be honoring the 18th Avenue, that one block, to the Montes brother, Luis and Angel Montes brother, that have been there for many years. So I have a lot of warriors in the 5th Ward.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
And also while they're working on that, for item 32, Ms. Aura Bell's name is spelled wrong. It should be O-R-A. Aura, Jean. Aura, and then Jean is spelled wrong as well. It should be O-R-A, and then Jean is J-E-A-N.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Council members, thank you. So we will have the opportunity to go over at the workshop on item 31 and 32. So we have economic development. So item number 33, economic development.
Council President. Let the record reflect that the typo did not came from Councilman Velez. I did my ESL class right.
All right. I understood. Councilman.
D restriction?
No.
That's correct. Good evening, folks.
Correct. I know what I'm saying. Why?
Yes.
I call you.
So we have item number, council members.
It's a typo. It's not from me. That's why I say I took my ESL class right.
Thank you, council members. We understand ESL and all that. So let's get into business. So we have item 33, economic development, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 33 is resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against properties sold by the city during the April 23, 1999 auction. It's Economic Development Resolution 24:255.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila. Second by Councilman Khalid.
Discussion.
Let the record reflect on recusing on both of them. Let the record reflect on recusing on both of them.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilman Velez is recusing on item 33.
Yes, Mr.
This
President.
one is the one that we're triggering right now. So we have the members of the
I call for discussion, Council President.
Yes, discussion, Councilwoman Mims. If I may, so can we allow the Assistant Director to go and to do an overview of item 33 and then we ask the question? Would that be fair?
Wouldn't that be done? Okay.
So as we have Assistant Director.
Council President, let the council answer questions, and
Okay.
then
And
then we can go to roll call. We don't need overview.
I believe will be important. So, but because we have item 33, there's a similar. Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, I just wanted him to just give an overview as to what these items are for and why they're presented at this time. That's all.
Okay.
The main reason is when these properties back in 1999 were deeded and sold at auction, there were certain restrictions on them, and specifically for them not to be demolished and or to be rebuilt or reset in a different form. The owners have now passed away, and these properties have been resold and granted to other individuals. And the deed restrictions does not allow them to either do demolition or to move forward and rehab it into a more modern, suitable building for current times. That is the main objective, is to allow these properties to be fully rehabbed and demolition. And matter of fact, one of the properties was actually demolished years ago. So all we have is an empty parcel.
Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims, you finished?
Yes, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Council President, I'm not sure exactly who is the person that was given that testimony, but this is a public meeting. This is not like a work or a company Zoom meeting. I mean, all persons who are presenting pertinent information to the public should be visible to the public. They were not visible on the screen. Okay, there you go. And
I'm sorry. I apologize, sir.
No problem. It's just a matter of the public should have an opportunity to understand who's giving factual context on items before in a public meeting.
My apologies. Can you hear me well? I'm just losing you.
Now we could hear you, and now we have you on the Zoom on camera on the virtual meeting. So,
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to be clear. I don't have issues with the items. I just wanted to make sure that the details of what they were for was, because sometimes the public or just misinformation spirals out of control. So I just want to make sure that the information is there. I don't have issues with them because I'm very clear as to what they are. I just want to put that on record. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. I totally agree with you. That's the reason why. So, I mean, we both on the same page when I asked for an overview of this, because it went through the core, and so we have so it's in front of us, ready to take from action. Roll call, click on item 30.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes, if I may. So, there's always a reason why deed restriction was placed on the property. I mean, even with the fact that the property is changing hands doesn't necessarily mean that the use of the property or relative to the city's best interests, just saying that it's changing hands and now, they may want to do a demolition, it still doesn't. I think a better overview, especially on this public format, would be what exactly is the deed restriction outlining? Was it the city's position to place these deed restrictions for a specific reason? And then the request to the council should be why these deed restrictions are being lifted. I mean, what we're doing here is we're making it a habit on just allowing for anything. There's certain reasons why past council members or past officials had put certain provisions in place, and it was opportunity. So, giving an overview, on the facts, I think is okay, but it should be before we vote, the public should have an outline on what exactly is the deed restriction being lifted, and why is the request being granted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Davila.
I believe to Councilman Jackson's statement, I believe that that's what he did. We had a workshop last week. Nobody had questions. So now he gave you an overview pertaining to something that occurred, what are you looking at, 25 years ago, right? So yes, at the time it was the purview of the council at the time to put, or the city to put that deed restriction. If you heard the deputy director, he indicated that one of the, it's just empty. It's an empty lot. So they're not able to do anything. So I don't understand what more do you want from that? And I just wanted to make that statement. I thought that his clarification in terms of just a quick overview, because these questions should have been asked last week.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Very good. So again, this is the public. This is a public meeting that the public's interests are being voted on. It's not about the individuals within the council seats that may or may not have insight and or an objective to move these things along. My statement is that the public should know what the deed restrictions outlined. What is the when you're looking at these conditions?
Jackson, you sound like a robot. You're coming in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, Councilman Jackson was speaking. So you can't really hear you. You sound like a robot.
Okay, am I more audible? Better now?
Yes, that was better.
Okay, very good. So again, this is a public meeting. And what I'm talking about is for the public consumption. We are voting on the public's best interests. The public should be made aware of the details. And further, if those, if the workshop sessions were televised, then I would agree. There would be no reason to go further in the outline. But since those meetings are not out
last week.
Council members. Yeah.
It was televised last week.
Yes, Councilman.
Yet again, the public who's not accustomed to viewing council meetings, there may be people who are tuned in today because they receive public notice on today's public meeting, not a workshop session. And for the life of me, listen, you guys have the majority of hand. If you decide, if you feel as if the public's interest isn't best to at least outline what the deed restrictions were placed on there for and why they're being lifted, what is the intent, and what is the public's best interest, then, I mean, proceed. But my point is, these are matters that the public should have, an eye on and understand what the council is lifting the deed restriction for, who is it for, what's the intent moving forward. I mean, these are things that the public should be privy to. It's supposed to be public information, and I don't understand why people are working so hard to keep information from the public.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
Council President.
Just a second, Councilman Velez. I have Councilman.
I'm not recusing myself on this item. There's no need because I had to bring some facts on it. Okay.
No, okay, I understand, Councilman Velez. So you will have the floor. You will have the floor, and you will be voting on this item. Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to bring to the attention that back in the late 1990s and the early 2000s, there were properties that were built in the city that because they got funding from another source, that's why they put the deed restriction on them. So they couldn't buy a property and then try to sell it 5 years later or try to sell it 20 years later. So they need to put the deed restriction on it. Now, I'm not finished. It looks like they originally bought this property with the deed restriction because it helped. Like I said, in the late 90s and early 2000s, it helped people to be able to get property when you had certain limitations on it.
Yes.
So they wouldn't move in and try to sell it. They wouldn't move in and be out in 10 years. They They had to stay there for some time. Now, they bought this property in 1999. The wife dies. So they was in there, but we don't know when the property was demolished. I don't know if it was demolished for a fire. We don't know if it was demolished for. So in order to, and I think that our deputy director can explain more of how much the deed restriction was, because they didn't want people buying property and they selling it right away. They're going to sell it right away. So that's the whole purpose. But like our deputy director just said that this piece of property is now an empty lot. Yeah. So if you can, Mr. Vivero. You can. I'm saying that's my understanding, because there was quite a bit of property built in the late 1990s and early 2000s in the city of Paterson to help people get property. And that's why they put the deed restriction, because they didn't want them buying and then selling 5 years later, selling them 10 years later. They had to be there. Can you please, Deputy Director?
So before the Deputy Director, Councilman, if I may, to my council colleague and members of the public in our great city of Paterson, deed restriction is something normal. Like, for example, when you apply for a rehab program that you get $15,000 per floor. If you have a two-family house, you get $30,000. You're going to have a deed restriction for 5 years that you cannot sell your property for 5 years. That's a deed restriction. When you get into a property from Habitat for Humanity, there is a deed restriction for 15 years. After the 15 years, they have to apply for a deed restriction to release those deed restrictions. This is something normal, Council Cali. The fair question is to make sure that the assistant director gave us an overview and a clarification of what is the deed restriction about it. And right after that, I believe that we should move on. But this is something normal when a property is getting into some type of deal, some type of assistance. There's always when you get an assistance from the government, from the city, there's always a deed restriction, whether it's 5 years, whether 15 years or 20 years. At the end of those 20 years, the city must do a release of the deed restriction because the responsibility is not there no more. Deputy Director?
Council President.
Yeah, I got the Deputy Director, and I'll go with you, Councilman Velez. So,
thank you.
Deputy Director?
Good evening. Thank you for the time. Councilwoman Cotton, thank you very much. But you're absolutely correct in regards to the deed restrictions. It was predominantly based on the form that the property was given to the gentleman and the woman, and excuse me, and her spouse back in 1999, and it was. The restriction was mainly based on the financial conditions that they received the property and the limitations where it cannot be sold, it cannot be demolished, it can only be rehabbed with very specific items to be done. Now, since then, as you mentioned earlier, unfortunately, his spouse has passed away. The gentleman is also up there in his years and has gone through a series of economic turmoils throughout his lifetime, where the properties can no longer be sustained. One of the properties, we do not know when, have really been demolished, and it must have happened years ago, as there's nothing on site. I mean, there's not even a spec that anything ever existed. And the other one, as I also understand, goodness. The other property, as I understand, is currently also been approved for demolition because it is actually considered a hazard to a certain extent. But the deed restriction was just based on economic means of how the property was actually acquired back in 1999.
Okay.
And now the original owners are deceased. So at least one of them.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. You know, sometimes when it comes up to deed restriction, I recuse myself, thinking that transparency always is a must. But I don't have no interest in anything out there that has a deed restriction. But I want to say this, and the director, the assistant deputy director stated, this deed restriction was implemented way back before any council member was here. And there was property there in that time. It burned down, empty lot. Now we have to have a blessing, always a blessing, to say that we have a redevelopment zone in those areas that those property have been abandoned for decades. Okay? Now, no finance bank or whatever will give you no finance for new project if you have a deed restriction on it, okay? Because they don't want no part with the government when it comes up to finance or whatever. So it's a benefit. The property is going to get redeveloped. It's in a redevelopment zone, and we need to move forward to move the city forward.
Thank you.
That's my view.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. I think that, so we're clear enough with this. So last Councilwoman Davila, before we do roll call, and I don't think it's.
So just quickly, in addition to this, and as everyone has shared, these restrictions happen because, you know, they get CDBG monies, okay, and they get other monies involved. It is my understanding, and when this went through committee, okay, we had a committee meeting, that we had a discussion about this, and those items, the reason for it moving forward is because they did not have any of those types of monies involved. No CDBG, no home, okay? And in addition, one of them is ready for development, but they can't do any developing in the one property because of the deed restriction. So, you know, I'm okay with the information given, and I'd like to proceed, if we may, on a vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 33. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So I usually don't do this, and I heard one of my colleagues talk about the public and, you know, the public access and hide from the public. Let me explain something about this. This item was on our agenda last week in workshop, and the workshop was televised to the public, right? The public was aware of this item. No questions were asked, as Councilman Davila stated, during the public discussion of this item. You know, Johnny come lately, a day late, dollar short, the day we're voting to do this, and then to mask it as we're shoving this down. No, the public, the workshop was publicly advertised. By law, you have to advertise it. The public could view. So please, let's not do that. You know, now that the workshop was televised, now it has to be televised and in person. Like, come on, like everything we do, it's starting to try to mask it with something. Let's vote on items. If you want to vote no, but don't make it look like there's some public, like this council's hiding something. Yes, it was fully public and no questions were asked. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As the deputy director has stated, and I remember back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, where they were helping people to be able to get buy their own home. This was the whole plan, is to help people to buy their own home. And that's why they came up with these deed restriction, or came up with these plans, so that we would be able to get our own home. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Before I vote, I also do want to make a notation that item 34 is the same exact thing. All right, so I'm just putting that on record. You know, with that said, I think I've said enough, and I've heard from our deputy director. I heard from the director last week about this. You know, so with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's simply amazing, you know, how people need to point out we don't need to hide. More than likely, and this is just to the members of the public, when somebody tells you that they don't need to hide something, possibly is because exactly what they're trying to do is hide something. And Councilwoman Cotton said it the best, you know, because then the intentions by those who held the seats and those who were placed in positions of authority was to make sure that they helped the residents of the public to potentially become a homeowner, because that's the real American dream. So here you have a deed restriction that's placed on a property where for some reason or another, everybody was reluctant to talk about why exactly this deed restriction was placed on the property. And obviously it was somewhere down the line had received the benefit. And notice in the last several years, a decade, so to speak, we've made new homeowners. This city has not, this council, we have not put an effort into creating first-time homeownership. In fact, in the department of housing, where the young lady's specific task, her only job is to help Section 8 voucher holders become first-time homeowners, where they can utilize the Section 8 voucher. See, this is reasons why you would put a deed restriction on the property. But everybody wants to give these hypotheticals. Well, HUD may place it on. Well, Habitat for Humanity and all these other reasons. What harm does it create to allow the gentleman to just outline what the specific deed restriction was for? Who is it being purchased by? Why is the request being made to release the deed restriction? And more importantly, is it going to continue on its previous use in allowing somebody an opportunity to become a homeowner? This is where the municipality actually has its leverage to help people become homeowners. But we don't have those intentions here. Right here, everything is geared towards helping the developers. I don't have an issue with helping developers come in to help create a better environment, to help people, residents in the community, become homeowners. Where's those examples? This is an opportunity to do that. If a deed restriction was on the property, it's possible for a reason. The city could then put certain criteria. No, we want to let this maintain but we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're allowing people to come in and dictate to us what they want us to have. And that's why our community is in this condition that it's in. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Talik, is he back? No.
Yes, I am. I am back.
Okay, got it.
Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see first-time homebuyer every day, every week in the second ward. It's up to the resident to buy new house, become a homeowner. Also, as far as I know, our Department of Community, Barbara, we're even giving out fund for the first-time homebuyer. You have to apply, you have to follow up the process. And I don't know, we keep talking about first-time homebuyer. If somebody want to buy a house, they will work hard, they will make the money, they will have a good credit to buy a house. If any house go on sale in the second ward, people are buying over the listing price. Mm-hmm. And I honestly, I don't know what to tell you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I go into voting on this item, I don't think I've ever shared this in this platform, but I think it's important because people really need to see people that benefited from the programs in Paterson. So I was a part of the first-time home buyers program with my very first home. I bought my very first home in Paterson, next door to my mom's house. I bought it from my relatives, and I lived next door to my mom and my grandparents. I was a part, and I just big shout out to Patricia Alacarn, who still works in that department today. I was a recipient of that program. So I'm always advocating to individuals to participate in that program where they're able to, you have to live in the house for a certain amount of years and all that. So, I mean, I end up moving and buying a few other homes and different things in the community. So I end up having to pay the money back because I moved before the time, but that was because God's grace was sufficient and I needed a bigger space because I had another baby, right? But I just want to shout that out to Paterson residents. Those things are still available. If you go right to 125 Ellison Street, the program is still available. You get even more money now. Back when I got it, I think it was like $5,000. It's like $25,000 and $30,000, whatever the numbers are now. But there's a lot of money that's available. You just have to follow the guidelines through the application process that are available. When it comes to deed restrictions, they limit they limit what can be done on specific projects or properties or whether it's derelict or whatever's the situation in the particular address. So when you're lifting it, you're allowing progression to happen in the city. I'm going to continue to keep saying it. We have to continue to build and not battle. These are clear signs of building and progressively moving forward and not allowing limitations to be in place where we're not allowed to bring derelict, desolate, or vacated properties off or to a place to be on the payroll and the tax roll for sustainability for our residents. In one breath, you can't say you're for the people and then not support items like this that will bring sustainability to the community. These items, this one and the next one that we'll vote on, has the same merit. Paterson, I'm going to keep saying it. We have to build and not battle. We have to make sure that we support the items that will bring money into our revenue stream. I know the less than 30,000, I can't even remember the number, I used to know off the top of my head, and tax-based entities that are paying for everyone in the community would appreciate that these things are done. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, give me just a second.
Okay, sir.
Let me turn on the camera for they could see what I'm saying. You know, I'm happy to see all this redevelopment in the city of Paterson. I'm happy to see that we cannot regulate in private properties. Okay, what we could do is making sure that things run smoothly and that every ward get the benefit of people bringing their money, having faith in Paterson, and redeveloping the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Hello, I'm sorry.
Hello. Your vote, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, council members. I still getting called from. First of all, before my vote, let me take this moment to thank DPW Director Billy. Thank you, East 88, the garbage company, Philco. Didn't pick up the garbage yesterday, but they just picked up the garbage on East 88. They're working really late. I just got a call, and my block on East 88 is clean. So before my vote, a resident of the great city of Paterson, you heard this before. The restriction is the city's responsibility to release the derestriction after the time. When the time expired, for example, there's a program very popular right now, and it's the rehab program that you're getting $15,000 per floor. So if you want a single family, you get $15,000 for rehab, to rehab your property. And if you have a 2-family, $30,000, and if you have 3-family house, it's $45,000. So you're gonna have a derestriction for 5 years. After the 5 years, to all the residents, just keep in mind that after the 5 years, you have to request the release of the derestriction of your property. And it's the city's responsibility to grant the derestriction. For example, Habitat for Humanity, as I mentioned before, it's a 15 years derestriction, if I'm not mistaken. I'm 80-90% sure that it's 15 years. Right after the 15 years, you have the right to request the release of the derestriction. And it's the city, it's us as council member. We are the responsible governing body to say yes, to release you this because you pay your due. The time expired, you keep your property and you have to move on, and you could sell your property, you could build, or you could make any decision on your property. And that's what we're doing right now. Be responsible for the community and the person that acquired a property to make sure that he do whatever he want to do for that property, which is building, selling, or getting a new state-of-the-art apartment for our community. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 1 no, 1 absent. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 34, which is the same exact item, council members. 34?
Yeah, item number 34 is a resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against various properties sold by the city during the March 15, 2018 auction. A motion, please.
So moved.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Bim, second by Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton as well. Roll call,
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, on item 34.
Roll call on item number 34, Councilman Abdulaziz.
I don't see him on.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is another deed restriction, and I say that in order to even help other people, help people in the city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to the members of the public, let's set the record straight. This is not battling. This is fighting for the public's best interest. This is taking issue with the current conditions of how our community is being overdeveloped. You have many people who truly understand the conditions. When you talk about, the blighted conditions, you talk about the crime rate, the violence in the community. You talk about, children being poorly educated because the classroom sizes are overcrowded. You're talking about people whose cars are being towed, in the wee hours of the night, who then have to get up and find their cars missing because when they have to, at a critical moment when they have to take their children to school. This is fighting for the public's best interest. We are not here to kumbaya, just get along and allow people to take advantage of the public. So to say that, to battle or to get along, we want to build. We should want to build. But we should want to build the right way. I mean, listen, I don't ever do that. I don't ever, speak over someone and try to convince or override what the person is talking about. When facts hit the frying pan, the sizzle begins to crackle, and this is what's happening. Without even having a clear understanding of what the intent is. So we're going to sell these properties, and mind you, I ask you taxpayers, how many of you have seen a reduction in your taxes of all this building and all this selling? How many of you have seen that? I've seen instances where the intent is to, outprice you, where many of the residents don't have an opportunity to go to these auctions and participate because they're being overrun by multimillionaires who have hedge funds backing them. But yet, where the council has an opportunity to hold firm and at least try to find the public's best interest. When I drive through Franklin Lakes, they have signs in front of their lawns in the neighborhood saying, "Stop overdevelopment." And those here, we barely put water in, and we're just allowing for everything to happen without holding people accountable and saying, well, wait a minute. What's your intention? What are your plans? How does that fit in to what we're doing? We just allow it to go through our hands, and then when the corrupt planning board approves it, the council members come here and make excuses of, well, we didn't do that, and it didn't have anything to do with us. No, it has everything to do with us, because the council has the ability to weigh in on everything. How we keep allowing for the master plan to be undermined, how we keep overpopulating certain parts of the community that just can't sustain that. And I don't know if any of this is true when it comes to this item, but the fact of the matter is, these are the critical questions that's supposed to be asked. We shouldn't be here talking about congratulating someone and how, they get to come in here and take advantage of the community, business as usual. But it is that. Everyone, business as usual. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
Always love you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims?
So I just want to do a little as someone that is in education. I want to do like a little school lesson real quick. So when we talk about building talks about teaching, educating, empowering. We can empower a community until we empower the people. There are tools and resources that are available in this community. We as legislative individuals that have been elected by the people and for the people, our job is to continue to build their capacity and their knowledge so that they can come together and move from where they are to where they need to be. Whether they're in a position where they've never owned at any time, but they want to own. There are resources. We have to educate them. Whether they live in a home and they're like, I need a tax abatement, it's too much. We have resources available. So as we're building and expanding the knowledge and the capacity of the people that live in this community, it helps us to grow, it helps us to network, and it helps us to live a more peaceful life without the chaos and the divisiveness. When I talk about battling, I mean not giving information, not advocating, not being in a position to understand and know that you can move from where you are to go somewhere else. We've all come from somewhere else. In this song, and I believe Jay-Z wrote it, we all started at the bottom and now we're here and we're still not at where we need to be. But in order to go and to get to these places, we have to do our homework. This item was in our packet. It came, the details were there. We had a workshop on last week. We also have the capacity in what we do to send emails or stop in the office and ask pertinent questions. We all have the same right and ability to do that. My goal and my focus, Paterson, is to continue to building and educating you on the process so that we can all win together. It's not good enough for me to win by myself. I want everybody to win. Paterson, we're in this together, and I'm going to say it once again. My role, my goal, and my story to you, let's keep building and not battling. Paterson, we're better together. Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Give me a second, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
I had to say this. That woman is on fire and rocking. Councilwoman Dr. Lalissa Mims, you hit it on the nail. I cannot add it more because you spoke for all of us, for 8 council members that want to see this city move forward. So I'm proud to vote yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Definitely. I do have to congratulate my councilwoman at large, Dr. Lalissa Mims. You covered all the corners. I really have to tell you. And it very, it make me even emotional, you comment, because it's our responsibility to help the city of Paterson. It's our responsibility to empower our community through information, opening the door with information to make sure that they became the homeowner. There's resources, but as elected official, we have to do our work. I've been doing so many tax abatement in my office to residents of the city of Paterson. And now I've been extremely busy helping people with a rehab program, filling up the application. I know cost. I don't charge for none of the service. I do that for the people to help my community. And I'm getting so excited with people like in Market Street, that the gentleman in front of the gas station, he got $45,000 to rehab his property. On East 29, another $45,000 for 3-family house, $30,000 for 2-family house. And I do this citywide. I have no problem. But the money, it's there. We just have to help the people. And that's what I've been doing. And that's the reason why I get so excited, Councilwoman Mims, with your comment. Is that is correct. To the resident of the city of Paterson, we're making the right decision here. It's our responsibility to go over those deed restrictions. And after they finish with the time, we have to release the property to make sure that they keep growing, building, and doing whatever they want to do with the property. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President, if I may.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I just want to share with everyone. I receive a text. People sometimes don't realize how many people are watching us. My brother's in South Carolina, he's watching me. My sister's in Florida, she's watching me. But I just received a text. As a matter of a couple of them, those houses that we just vote on are first-time home buyers.
Yes, that's right.
I wanted to share that with you, all my council members. And Councilman Mims said it. We have to give the people the opportunity. We needed to lift this restriction, and those houses down there are first-time home buyers. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Clear enough, Council Cali. So before item 35, so we have two more items, 35 and 36. And right after that, we're going to get into public portion. Let me remind the resident of the city of Paterson that if you would like to call, the phone number is 973-321-1579. The meeting ID is 8326. You press the star 1 to listen to the meeting and press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room. And when we start the public portion, we're going to start by the people that are on the speaker room. Item 35.
Council President. Council President, if I may, item 35 is Health and Human Services, as well as item for first reading, which doesn't need an open hearing. If we can take both those items, he has been fasting, has not eaten, and he's been in this meeting the whole time. So
okay, item
35 is Health and Human Services, okay? And item for first reading is item number 2.
Yes,
so we can take those items.
The item of first reading, Councilwoman Davila, there's going to be some discussion on the item. I know there's going to be a lot of question on the item. Council members, if you allow me to go to item 36 and writing, get into public portion because it's 9 o'clock. I don't want to do.
Thank you, Council. I was going to say that because it's only one for the police.
Exactly. It's only right after. It's 9:05, Council members. Right after item 36, we go.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
We go into a public portion. Let me repeat the number again. If you would like to speak on public portion, please dial 973-321-1579. The meeting ID is 8326. Press the star 1 to listen to the meeting and press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room. So to give you the opportunity to speak on the public portion. Madam Clerk, can we do item 36?
35?
No, 36.
36, sorry.
Yes.
Item number 36 is resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the purchase and delivery of 3 tactical robot system / throwbot 2 or equal bid number 24.16 for the police department.
So move.
It's
so move.
Yeah. Council members, wait until Madam Clerk read the whole resolution, please.
It's a resolution 24:258.
So move.
So move.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Council members, if there's no question, discussion. I have the Director Jerry Speciali in the. Oh, this item is police. Oh my God, we should leave the director for the last one. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Director, how are you?
Good. How you doing,
You want me to wait until after?
Councilwoman Mims has a discussion. Councilwoman Mims, we have the director on the line.
Thank you, Council President. Director, if you may, if you can you provide an update on this item that is before us to vote on, the tactical equipment that will be utilized in our community? If you could just give an overview while the community is watching so that we can get clear information directly from the source as to what this item is for.
What item are you talking about?
36.
I have Anthony Giovanni, our technical services lieutenant. He's on the line here. Anthony, if you want to come in. This was about the server capacity that you were asking about the last time. He's on the line right now. Anthony, would you?
No, this item is item 36. This is for the tactical equipment that will be thrown into areas.
Councilman, unfortunately, I spoke with the officer in charge. They felt that it was law enforcement sensitive. They would not provide, as you see, you have a lieutenant for the IT stuff, but as far as the robots go, he is uncomfortable with discussing that matter, having that in the open, and he stated that he would not do that. You could vote it up or down. That is up to the council's discretion. I spoke with him at length about this, and that is his decision on that matter.
Council President,
Just a minute, Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, so then Council President, if that is the case, right, then we need to invite, this item needs to be removed, and we need to invite OIC to the meeting. We just need an overview as to what, I mean, I'm not asking for the specifics on how it will be utilized, but I just want to get an overview on what this is. Because
Yes, I can give you the overview on what this is.
I'm sorry, if I may, respectfully, Councilwoman Mims.
Councilmember Director.
I wanted to say something to Councilwoman Mims, if I may, respectfully.
Go ahead.
One second. I'm just asking because there is a resolution and it gives details, but the community at large they don't have that. So I'm asking for what's in the res, or if it could just be.
I explained it in detail in the last meeting. I understand it as well as the OIC does. But certain things are law enforcement sensitive. This is a device that for hostage situations, you could go up to a window and you could break the window or breach the window, put the item in, and you could talk and communicate with the individual. That's what the robot does. It's not something that shoots somebody. It's not something that harms somebody. It's a robot that films what's going on and allows them to have like a FaceTime communication with them. But as I said, the OIC is not going to come on for this. He made that crystal clear. And I just want you to know that he said you could vote it up or down, either that or I can explain, as I said the last time. He stated that, and in understanding the equipment and being in this for 40 years, this is a piece of equipment that de-escalates situations because you don't have to put police officers breaking doors down. You have police officers that can put this device in a room and you can almost FaceTime with somebody, see what's going on, see if there's a threat, see if anybody else is being threatened, and also communicate with that person to try and get the counselors, the police officers, and the experts to talk that person down, opposed to busting a door down and going in with guns a-blazing.
Thank you, Director. That's all I needed to be stated to the public.
Thank you, Director.
Council President,
I will go with you, Councilman Davila. Director, that's exactly the explanation that the community need to hear. What is the reason why? What is the purpose of this? And the investing in this robot? So you clearly explain in detail what need to be said within the community and to the resident of the city of Paterson. I believe that we feel comfortable voting on that. So I was a little.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, council members. As I said,
Director, hold on a minute. Director, one second.
Yes,
Councilman Davila.
So I just wanted to share, because Councilwoman Mims, she did let us know that she was not going to be able to be in that meeting because she was away. So Councilwoman Cotton and I met with public safety. Council President, we were not able to be there, and we discussed that. So you are correct, Councilwoman, that last week, he actually did somewhat say this last week, not as in detail right now, but part of that in the meeting was told to us that there was some sensitive things that couldn't be discussed in public, and we understand it. So thank you, Director, for clearing that up. And I don't know if anyone has any more questions, but Council President,
Council President.
Just a minute, council members. I think, council member, with the director's explanation it was right on point to make sure that every resident understand what is the reason why are we getting into this investment of this robot. It was a great explanation, detail for the community. Councilmember Les, before we get into a vote.
Yes, Council President, thank you. The main question that I will ask, and I'm positive in this, and probably the director will probably agree with me. We didn't have this equipment before any incident in the city of Paterson. We didn't have this type of equipment. Probably the incident that happened before make improvement to the police department to equip better our department for response in critical situation. That's correct, Director?
Yes, sir, Councilman. And look, some of this technology, as you know, technology evolves every single day. And as we look at new equipment, that's why we look for different avenues to try and de-escalate situations rather than to escalate situations. This allows us to have a counselor there that could talk. You know, you have a police officer there that could talk. You have a crisis intervention officer that can speak. You know, this is a way to get people to come out, whether it's a domestic, whether it's a hostage, whatever the situation is. And it allows us to view what's going on, to know that there is no danger. So why go busting a door down when you have no danger, and we can try and continue to communicate with the combative subject?
Thank you.
So director, the only part that I a little bit uncomfortable is probably the way it was said. You could vote it up and down. If he could only send us next time a memo saying, Councilman, this is a better equipment that we need because we want to better the response and the relation with the community, that we have everything on deck to save lives at the same time. So simple. Not just say, oh, you could vote it up and down or whatever. It sounds like rough. For me, it did sound like rough. I don't know my colleagues.
Let me just say something.
One second, Director.
Not listening.
Because I'm listening, but the rough way that I know you probably didn't meant to say it that way, but
No.
if he sent the message that way, it sounds like, you know, the council is up to your choice, vote it up and down. But if he sent, because we want a strict communication with the OIC, we want a strict communication with the people that we serve, and it will be nice in the future that I'm not going to say how he had to do it, but at least send a memorandum to the council. We understand your concern. There's an equipment that we need to operate the police department better and to equip our officer better. Like he guaranteed us that he's going to have transparency between the community and us and everybody around. I just want to say that.
If I may have a word, Council President.
Yes.
I just want to, please.
Go ahead, Director.
Explain that the Public Safety Committee, as our chairwoman Davila said, the OIC and me have a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. And this is not about voting up or down. The issue is that it's law enforcement sensitive. We're trying to do things to de-escalate situations. And there's some frustration sometimes when we do that. So I just wanted you to know, it's not about up or down. I wanted to explain it. And that's my job, Councilman. I have to bring it to the committee. I explain it. I try and bring you the information that you need from the OIC as his conduit to the council. And that's what I'm doing. He's not somebody that's trying to be argumentative with you. He's just trying to say, we want to do the right thing for the community. And if you need further, we'll explain it in that public safety meeting. And we'll get it washed out. But this is something that's good for the community.
Director, you explained it loud and clear. And I was trying to make that. I was trying to bring this on my voting on the voting section. But the argument, that situation, that comment between voting up or down is something that I take. It was very sour to me. This governing body has been in full support to the officer in charge of Basi and to the police department, and they cannot say otherwise. And you could testify that every item related with the police department is positive for this governing body, for this council. I would say sometimes the 9 council members are in full support. But we need to understand something, Director, and the officer in charge. But let me just say this, Director, before we get into the voting section. The officer in charge of the police department need to understand that we as an elected official, we're here spending taxpayer dollars. And at least we want to make sure that our taxpayer understand the decision that we're making, why we're investing money into this equipment, for what is the reason why. And you give a very clear explanation on detail that you don't need to add anymore. But I believe that, and I'm going to say this, I really hope that we could definitely, that the relationship between the officer in charge and the governing body and everybody else, we get closer And if we have to go into an executive section for anything moving forward in the future, please, let's put that on the table, Director, as well. If you need something for this governing body, and it's sensitive that we could not have a discussion on public, call for a executive closed section, and we'll be there with you, because we've been supporting the police department, but we need a good relationship from the officer in charge and the governing body and the police department. Roll call.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Before I speak, Council President, the director has been asking to respond.
20.
No, he did respond.
All right, very good. So, Director, respecting it is your obligation to come before this council body and explain the item. The fact of the matter is, when it comes down to making these executive decisions on how this equipment is being utilized and decisions that impact the community, you're not the one at the forefront making these decisions. When Jameek Lowry was taken into that ambulance and it was questionable about the activity that took place, we're talking about being transparent to the public. Well, it's very unfortunate that the mayor decided that he didn't want to release information. When Najee Seabrook,
you're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Councilman. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. You're stuck.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, now we
can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. So again, when Najee Seabrooks was murdered, there was other options on the table outside of deadly force, but those options weren't decided, and those decisions aren't made by you, Director. And lastly, when Mary Taylor was murdered, and we had an officer tailing the assailants, it wasn't you, Director, that made the executive decision to call up the chase. So it is very important that the decisions that we make here are being answered to. You know, the Attorney General, he made a commitment when he came in and took over our police department that they was going to do a full-scale investigation regarding Najee, and that still hasn't been done. So the fact that, you know, the OIC or whomever has the desire to tell this council, well, hey, you know, take it or leave it, vote it up or down. You know, the public still deserves to understand how we're spending its money, and more importantly, what's going on with our police department. Like, what are we doing here? Where is the investigation regarding Najee? When are we going to see these things put to bed? When is the public's best interest, you know, in treatment, and how the public is being treated by the PD while we're still spending the tax dollars? You know, Councilman, we're going through a toll ring that's taking place throughout the city.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry?
What I can say, Councilman, is, you know, the police department receives, first to go with the towing, we receive complaints. I receive complaints personally every day, whether it be the food bank, whether it be the grandmothers, whether it be the different locations where driveways are blocked, loading docks are blocked, you know, deliveries are blocked. I get contacted every morning, every day. And what do I have to do? If their food is being blocked to get to our community, I have an obligation to call the police and tell the officers, get over there and get that car out of there, because they need to get the food to the people. So it's not about, you know, trying to target any specific area.
Director, I apologize. I apologize for interrupting you, but with all due respect, that's not why people are calling. People are being told for minor infractions when the law is being blatantly broken. Even I get a phone call today by a road restriction on Heldon Avenue, when, you know, the state law requires that people are notified with a certain distance prior to a road closure, and they're not doing it. So, you know, there's a lot of other things. This law is being broken where people are making illegal left-hand turns and parking illegally on Wall Street. There's a lot of things that we can understand, but to say that these are caused from blocked driveways, no, these are people waking up with their cars being stolen.
And guess what? There is no disparity. There is no discrimination, because I can tell you that just last night we had someone that's part of the administration whose car was towed. We had many people's cars towed.
My car was towed, Director. It has nothing to do with it. But I asked you for a report that you still have not provided me.
Mr. President, point of order, please.
Council members,
I asked.
If I may, give me a second. After Director, after your explanation, Council member, I understand that we're talking about different topic here. If we could,
we're not talking about different topics. It's the same thing. They're asking for a police matter,
Councilman Jackson, give me a minute. It's a police matter. I understand. It's a police matter. Let's wait until the director answers. And then I'll go after you, Councilman.
Whenever Councilman I come on this meeting, I take my notes. You make your questions. I don't wait for your official request. I go in the next morning. I meet with the personnel. I meet with the officer in charge. I notify him of the situation. I was told today that you received a memo with regard to your requests. So I was told today, because I didn't want to come on this meeting and find out that you were not notified by memo from the OIC. I understand that Chief Haggerty and the OIC have notified you by memo. And what that memo says, I do not know. I did not see it. That was something from the OIC and the administration from the police department operational side that was sent to you. So whether they answered your questions or they did not, we're towing cars citywide. This is not one specific area. There is no pattern. This is what we tow by. If you profile, you do it based on certain specifics. When you don't profile, you do it on behavior.
Order, excuse me, no disrespect, Director. No disrespect, Director, but point of order. The item that's not the item before us. If we can vote on this item, we can come back to that if we need to. But Director, no disrespect to you, but it's not even on the agenda. So I don't want you to continue.
So council members, now item 36. Let's get ready to vote on item 36. And I'm going to request a executive and a closed section with the director, with the police department, and the council members, because I know there's a lot of sensitive questions that we have. We have a lot of questions, a lot of discussion that cannot be, cannot take place in a regular meeting like this. You will receive an email for a executive and a closed section with all the council members to have a discussion about different police matter. Madam Clerk,
and Council President, Council President, just quickly. Mr. Giavato, if you could just reach out to me tomorrow regarding my bandwidth questions I had, just call me on tomorrow.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 36, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call on item number 36. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have heard what the director Special. I know there were we needed some items to be in place. I believe this is one of the ones that we really need to have that we do not have. We need these items. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Davila?
I think we've had enough healthy discussion. My vote is yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Councilwoman.
I said I believe that we've had a healthy discussion. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, it's disappointing because it is relevant. When you have the director come on here and make comments saying that this robot or apparatus will be utilized in hostage situations and potentially not going there guns blazing. Specific. Those are the words that was used tonight, not by me, but by PD personnel. not going in there guns blazing to save people's lives is relative because it's part of the reason why the state attorney general has taken over our police department to begin with. So to scarf over, these scenarios on how, our community has been treated in the past, it's just indicative on how we continuously allow for the treatment to continue. The community is deserving of an answer where, on all these items, on the investigation for Najee, the reason the attorney general came here, the press conference said that he was going to, tell this community what is the outcome. We haven't heard anything from it. So now while they're here, a decision is made by the person in charge to call for chase when someone from our community has been murdered, which could then, begin to outline or start a new chapter in how, gunshots are being, placed in broad daylight, but yet we're still dealing with these same conditions and how now, considering even all of that in place, the focus has then become, overnight towing. So it is relevant. It is very relevant to me. And I don't understand how, my fellow council members don't find it to be relevant and always want to continue to scarf past these things. But with that being said, if this is an item that could stop someone from being murdered on decisions, by the way, that are made by those people in charge, we can give you all the equipment all day long. But if the decision making is not going to be sound, then in the end of the day, our community still is paying the price. So with that being said, I'm willing to support this item to see how it moves forward. But, in the end of the day, where's the level of accountability to the public that's paying for all of this stuff? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So I'm going to do another education.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
You're here now? Okay. Councilman
Sorry,
Khalid, I'm sorry.
It's okay. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Thank you for giving me your time. I reclaim some of your time, Councilman Khalid. So let me just start by saying this. First and foremost, my point of reference for the point of order was not in pertaining to the tactical equipment that we're voting on. That's what's before us. That's what we're voting on. My point of order was to talk about violations with towing cars and all that. That is not the item that we're voting on. So I was trying to reel us back in to get back on track with the item. So I want to be clear. But let me to the public, because people have texted me and I see some commentary that's being posted about how much would it cost. When it comes to the procurement process, which is the process in order to purchase, we're now in the second phase of that process. And that phase is known here as the solicitation. What a solicitation is, the purchase is now created, the solicitation method is selected, and then the contract is created. And from that, it goes out to bid. And then we get prices from different vendors and different individuals. And then based on the scoring system, we pick what is the best, most cost-effective, most the thing that would be in the best interest of what the police department is looking to acquire to meet this particular need. So this is an early stage of acquiring these particular this particular device or devices, but it's called the solicitation of bid. But if you go in and you Google RFP process or procurement process, it will clearly outline what that looks like. So I just wanted to give clarity to the community so the community understands that right now there is no dollar amount to this equipment. It is called solicitation of bids. We are now in the place of creating the contract. We're sending it out and we're going to see, they call it hits. We'll see who takes the hit. And then they put in their bid for how much their equipment costs. And then internally through administration, there are people that are on the scoring team. They score it based on the specifications that are in the request or the contract. And then based on that, at that point, it comes back to the council to award the contract. So that's when you'll see what the dollar amount is. One thing I have to commend the police and the fire department always on when it comes to these type of things, they always find a grant. I don't know how they do it, but I have to commend them. So most I would say probably 95% of the time, it does not come from taxpayers. They find grants or whether it's confiscated dollars or whatever that looks like, and it covers the cost of these particular items. So I just want to bring some clarity to the community. With that stated, there is a need. This is something that was not in place. Unfortunately, based on situations, this need arose, and I'm grateful to see that we're making some strides to get those things that we need in place to avoid any further catastrophes in our community. With that being stated, Madam Clerk and Council President, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes, give me a second. I just asked. Okay. So first of all, Director Jerry Special, I want to commend you because you're always looking forward to equip our department.
Thank you.
Cameras, cars, personnel, making sure our police officer have the support from the council and all those items. I want to commend the leadership of the lieutenant captain that works diligent to make sure our police officers are well equipped. And not only that, I want to commend the community because when they was doing the tour, all right, around every ward about how the police want to function with the community, they requested more equipment to avoid other incidents with the police and the community. I don't understand why, if we have something in place right now to make better the police, there's a problem. We didn't have it before. Now we are blessed that we equipping our police officer with the right equipment. Bring it on. I was not comfortable to hear vote up and down. Thanks God we have 8 council members that knows what the need of the police, that knows that we need to equipment in every aspect to better serve the community. The towing thing and other things, listen, don't have to do nothing to equip our police officers the right way, for they could serve us the proper way in our city. So I commend you, Director. I commend the leadership of the police department, and that's what we had to do. Threaten the relation between the community, the police, and us to make sure that the funding is in place for we could give more equipment to our police. And I want to see more resolution to bring more cars, more equipment, to bring more motorcycles, to bring everything that the police need, and last but not least, get a fair contract to the police department so they could stay in Paterson and not move from Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Just before my vote, I definitely, without a doubt, this tactic equipment will save life, and that's the reason why we are full support. And I mentioned that before. I was very disappointed when I hear that we could vote up or down if we wish not to do. I was very disappointed and very disturbing with this because we've been in full support of our police department, as I mentioned before. And since the officer in charge came to the city of Paterson, I could speak about me and about many of my council colleagues. We all been behind the officer in charge, behind the police department, supporting the police department on the equipment that they need to bring safety into our community. And we're going to continue to do that because we understand that our police department, they need the right equipment to be out there protecting and serving the residents of our city. They do it's a tough job, and we have to be behind our police department 1,000%. But I do believe that we have to continue working to make our relationship better between the police department, the officer in charge, and the city council. As I mentioned before, we are responsible to make decisions that will impact the community on a positive and a negative way, that we're responsible to spend taxpayer dollar to funding our police department. So we're here to work with our police department. And I mentioned this before. I'm looking forward to have a executive or in a closed section meeting to have a discussion about different items related with the police department that we cannot have that discussion on an open meeting like this. But once again, so we're looking forward to continue seeing more resolution about what the police department needs, whether it's camera, whether it's equipment, whether it's vehicle, and they know that we're here behind the police department 1,000%. We got to keep our residents safe in the city of Paterson. And absolutely, definitely, I'm looking forward to make sure that we do a settlement, a fair settlement of the contract of our police department, because we're losing a lot of great police officers that go into other municipality because they don't have a contract, because the money that they're making, it's not fair enough. We cannot compete with other municipality, and that's the conversation that we need to have. We got to be honest. The starting salary of our police department is something that we have to look at it, and the contract, it have to be done. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, so we're going to start with the public portion.
Council President, if I may, I really think I requested something because I let you know that our director was fasting and he has yet to eat. But I also wanted, because I know that there's 2 items, one on which is the accepting of the grant for the WIC for seniors for their vegetables. That was one. And number 2 is the one which I believe information has been given out there to make it seem that we do not, and that we want to charge, and that, there's a lot. I wish the director would have been able to speak before.
He will, Councilwoman. Listen, he will. It's 9:39. I just want to check how many speakers we have on public portion, because it's 9:39. If you allow me,
Council President, what I'm trying to tell you, I stood here today and heard a lot of the things that were chanting out there pertaining to the item, and it's not what it is. And so the public has been misinformed, and I don't want it to be that they'll come back and say, "Oh, we made them change it." No, there has not been. Any attacks against entities from the city of Paterson, from our entities that give out food, our grandparents, I needed to put that on record, Council President. I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but it is important. This was specific for outside entities, and I'll leave it at that. Because
Council President,
if it's for outside entity, it should state that in the resolution. It's not saying that.
Council members, I have Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton, and then you're next. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Oh, I thought you was calling Mims first. That's what you said.
No. You asked for the floor before we.
No, I mean, I was going to request that we remove this item, because even when I looked at the second version of it, it's still not specifically saying names. It don't have names. As a matter of fact, it says anybody with 5 or more people in public, including but not limited to street and sidewalk. That would put me in trouble, because sometimes I open my back truck, my back of my car, and I give out 20 people walk up to me and says that.
Are you making a motion, Councilwoman? I'll second it.
I'm making a motion that we remove it, because it don't specifically. No, I'm not finished. It don't say. It just says proposed location, but it don't say where. Collector. What do that mean? I don't know what collector means. It still doesn't say. I'm saying when I looked at Seventh-day Adventist Church the other day in the pouring down rain, and that line was always from 11th Avenue all the way back to 10th Avenue, and it was pouring down rain. And when I look at it, but it don't specifically said, they keep saying it's not for city residents, it's not for city organization, but their names are not in here. Their names are not. I can go with food. I can clearly go with food. Anybody should be coming here feeding. They should not. But you got non-perishable items.
So, Councilwoman, if I may.
I'm not finished, Council President. I'm not finished. But I'm just saying that take some of this stuff out, that it's not important. That, okay, open ear. I'm trying to understand. I hear what they said, that some of the food pantries leave mess. I don't know not one food pantry that leave a mess. They all clean up after they finish. They're all wait.
There's a motion on the floor.
Motion on the floor. Thank you.
Council members. Let's do this. Councilwoman, just give me a minute. There's a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Mims. Now, let's take a look at these items, because this is the most sensitive item of this.
Yes, it is.
Item number 2.
Are we in discussion, Council President?
Yes, we are in discussion. So that's the reason why I'm opening the discussion. So
May I
Council,
read the item into record first, please?
please, Madam Clerk, let's go.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilmember Les. This item is on
forget
first reading. It's on first reading. Madam Clerk will read the item into the record, and then we're going to open the discussion. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So the item is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 379 entitled Resource Distribution. It's sponsored by Health and Human Services Department.
So moved.
May I have a motion?
Second.
Cotton?
Moved by Councilwoman
Second.
Davila, second by Councilmember Les. Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
Council Velez.
Right after Councilmember Les.
So I just want, before I go into my discussion, I want clarity. So is this, she read it, but now Councilwoman Cotton needs to make her motion to remove it?
That's all.
No, to
And
open
then
up this.
I'm seconding her motion to remove it,
Okay.
and then we can have a discussion.
No,
Because
you can't have the discussion if you remove it because
Exactly.
it's
So
removed.
Councilman
It
Mims.
goes back to
Okay,
workshop.
that's fine. So I'm making a second to remove it.
Council Cali, let's have the discussion. Let's have the director involved in the discussion. And right after that, if one of the council members.
No, I mean, we'll move forward with removing it. We'll wait. So Councilwoman
Okay, so
Cotton
let's
is on
wait.
the with
So-
remove, and I'm
So
seconding.
Councilmember Les, and right after that, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, and then Director Joel Ramirez that is on the line, that is on the meeting.
Wait, Council President, I thought there's a motion on the floor, so we have to vote. So there's no discussion. We have to vote.
What I understood, Councilwoman, what I hear that you agree was to have the discussion, and right after that, if you want to put a motion, if you want to keep the motion on the floor, you're ready to do so. That's what I understood from you.
No,
agree
that's
to
not
have
what
the
I
discussion.
stated. What I stated was there was a motion to read the item. There was a counter to the motion by Councilwoman Cotton to remove it, and I second it. So at this point, there should be a roll call to determine if we're removing it or not.
Yes,
Then
sir.
after that, we can open and go into
Council
discussion.
Cali,
But
I
there's
was expecting to have a discussion since we have the director, but let's take care of the motion. If the motion go through, then we're gonna have the discussion on the workshop. If the item stay on the floor, we will have an open discussion. Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call to remove this item from the agenda. By Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Roll call to remove item number 2 from the meeting agenda of April 9th. Councilwoman Cotton.
Hold on. Let me just.
I can't hear you. You're muted, Councilwoman.
I'm sorry.
Jerry, Director speaks out. Please mute your mic. Director.
I'm requesting that this item be removed because it's not clearly stating what streets were being chosen that they can do this distribution to. It's not even telling us, they want to know the details of how many people they're going to be servicing. And most of the time, sometimes you're really not sure how many people you are servicing. When I was thinking that it was just food, but it's more than just food. I can go with food. We shouldn't have people coming inside the city distributing food and we're not sure who they are. But this is going way past food. It's going to non-perishable items, canned goods, box of cereals. I mean, we're going there, and then it says once you reach 5 people, then you're breaking the law. I mean, that's the case. I open the back of my truck because I have stuff back there from other food pantries that donate that I give out. Then I would be. They said that they were going to say this will not affect the people for the city of Paterson who wants to do community service, who wants to help the community, who wants to do things. It's not specifically saying that. It's not saying no name. And I think the most part to me is that the police has the power to go in and just go in and search without for whatever reason. Like, why would you? Our police department is already working in overload with other things. Why would we want to put police power in here to be able to go into a building to stop what you're doing, to take everything? I don't understand it. I think this works. I think this ordinance needs to have a little bit more work on it. I think it needs to be tweeted a little better. If you're saying not Paterson residents, then put Paterson residents in here. If it's saying Paterson organizations are not going to be affected with this, then you need to put Paterson residents Paterson organization, nonprofits are not going to be affected with this. Madam Clerk, to remove is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
So it is clear to me that there's a lot of information that some of my colleagues are requesting. This did go through committee, but with that said, all right, I want to respect the fact that, I heard even some other things today. And so I think, to director, and I apologize that I almost at 10 o'clock while you're fasting, this should have been removed from the beginning of so just for future, if there's something that you don't feel deemed for it to move forward, we should do it in the beginning instead of having a director here for hours, okay? But I am going to support the removal so it can go back to a bigger discussion and maybe some clarifications on some of the things that my colleagues are requesting. So at the time, my vote is yes to remove for first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik? Councilwoman Mims?
And so as you go through, and I know we're voting to remove it, but I had a lot of concerns too. One, the fine being $2,000. Another concern, what inspectors will be out? We don't really have weekend inspectors. We're not fully staffed. So would that require us to hire more people? What would that budget look like? Would it be overtime? What does that look like? That's another concern. Also, it talks about the entities needing to put together a plan. Who will monitor and review that plan? Is there a model of the plan that will be utilized so that entities will be able to do it right the first time? Where it talks about the location, security personnel. So what will that report looks like? And then who will monitor that report for the adherence and compliance to this new law? The other piece is it talks about the police department. I don't think this went through public safety, so I'm going to ask, it not only goes through Health and Human Services, it also needs to go through the Public Safety Committee, because now we're putting on extra work to the police department, where the police department under police powers, it says that the police department having the jurisdiction, they're the ones that would have to go out and enter and inspect all of this stuff to make sure it's done or is not done. And then they also have the power to shut it down. My thing is, and I'll say this as we go to remove it, and I want to make sure that if we put forth any legislation, this or anything in the future, whatever we put forward, number one, let's make sure that it's going to be enforced, because legislation without enforcement means absolutely nothing. Number two, let's make sure that the entities that will be involved in the process are fully on board, and that if there's a situation that they can do it. Number three, when it comes to the temperature of the food, I made that request. How many times do we check the food? When someone comes and they pick up a permit, who checks the temperature of the food? There are many events that go on in the city, and I just haven't seen, not saying that it hasn't been done, but I just don't see people periodically, because that's how it's supposed to happen, checking the temperature of the food to ensure that no one gets sick. So these are some of the concerns, and I'm sure there are many other concerns. And who will be our monitor to be at these locations? And there will be many events at the same time. So how would we do that? So I'm grateful that we're putting this to remove it. And we received many calls through this item being put forward. But I think we have to make sure that what we put in one ward or with one group of people, the shoe fits across the board. We have to stop putting forth legislation that impacts the most impoverished parts of our community, the people that are in need. We know that they're coming to feed them because there's a need. They're coming to clothe them because there's a need. And we have to be cautious and pulling away from making sure that these people that have the need, because if they didn't have the need, they would not be staying on the line. Some of them are on lines that are around the corner waiting, and this may be the only meal, maybe the only clothing items that these people will have. So we have to be careful in our delivery in this. And as well, who brought this forward? Because I mean, they went to the administration said a council person brought it forward. I don't know who brought this forward. I know Councilwoman Mims did not bring this forward, but that's another question where it was a pointing fingers. Who did it? Was it the mayor? Was it this person? And everybody's pointing the finger. So when it's brought back, whoever is the person that's leading the charge, that needs to be clear and stated that they're leading this charge so that we as the council, if it's not the council, will not be blamed for something we did not do. To remove this item, Madam Clerk, I just believe that we need to do things right. There's so many bigger issues. I'm not saying that this is not, but we have bigger issues in our community with major craters, not potholes at this point, all over the city. We got to do that. We got to clean the city and fix up some other stuff. This item right here, we should remove it, bring it back at a later time when the need is much greater. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to remove it.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I was holding a little bit because there was a lot of, I received calls. I don't know if Councilwoman Davila received it. I know Council Ruby Cotton probably received it, and Melissa Mims. But the call that I received was this one. Councilman Velez, somebody's saying out there that you blocking to help homeless people, that you don't want people to feed the homeless, and that you blocking every how you call it, food distribution in churches and all that stuff. And I say, come on, please read the ordinance first, because people put an interpretation that is not the right one. Now, I respect my colleagues. I didn't bring this up. The director has a committee that was discussing committee why they want to bring this up. And nobody had given the chance to the director how this came up to us. But now, when we have people out there, okay, even, you know, that are feeding the homeless, you don't know where they're coming. They're not registering no organization. I'm talking to people out there, not talking about food pantry. I'm not talking about churches that do their job, the work inside of churches. As you know, council member, every church that have a food pantry in their church or serve to the community, they have to go to the Board of Health and get the permits to be able to serve. And they get inspected too, to make sure that what they distributing out there will not harm no resident. Now, I send a link of a story, not a story, of from Newark Municipality, the mayor, Ras Baraka, about why he took initiative to implement permits. And the permit is free. Is that, for example, Ruby Kind, I know you give a lot of things from your car. I know that, and they are good. And everybody going to trust what you're giving. Okay, but you're the councilwoman, you care. If I put things in my car and give it to the residents, I know they're coming from somebody that is trustful. But there's a lot of people coming from outside the city that don't have to do nothing with the city, putting food out there. They're not telling the Board of Health where they prepare the food. They're not telling the Board of Health the temperature. They're not even asking the people that are consuming that food if you suffer diabetes or whatever. And they're just giving that food, and then you're going to have a problem out there, and somehow or whatever, we're going to be liable in one point or other. Because we want to regulate, not to attack food pantry like they say that we attacking. There's somebody that say that Councilman Velez say don't give clothes to people, don't give something to cover to all of, and that was, you know, we in political CC, everybody could say a lot of things. I agree, but this subject cannot be discussed in Zoom. We need to sit down, okay? Sit down and have a big discussion. I understand the resolution, where it comes from and where it's going and where we're going with this. But we are here to protect the people out there people come on outside and giving out things that, listen, you want to hear this? I went to a place, okay? The person was giving out food, and this is my experience, was giving package, and I took one. It was out of date. It was out of date. So how we could prevent people coming here and just dumping food everywhere and putting food bags of boxes of boxes of food in the parks and all that stuff, and then we searching around why our parks are dirty. We searching around who put that food there. You know, this respectful food pantry. I have one in front of my house from that church, the greatest Bible Greater Church, and they serve the community with a big capacity, and they do everything in order. But the people that comes out in the street needs to register to say, listen, I'm doing this goodwill, okay? And this is how it should go. I don't know why in Newark could implement it, Mayor Raz Barak, okay, could implement it. If any other mayor around the city of Paterson are implementing things to just save, you know, and making sure that we are doing the right thing. You know, I don't see nothing wrong on it. I'm going to respect everybody's position, but we cannot discuss this in Zoom. Sometimes the connection, they'll go through, people talk over some people, and we want to make sure that when we put this on the floor and discussion workshop or whatever is vetted the right way, and corporation counsel that wrote the ordinance and could explain the legal aspect of it, and people could have a clarification what this means. And anybody that is out there, we're not against food pantry. We're not against churches doing what the call of service. Okay, so let's keep it clear. Councilman Velez is not against nobody that are doing the goodwill and giving back to the community. Saying that, I'm going to respect this motion. My vote is yes for future conversation.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, so before I vote, let me just say that, you know, I definitely have confidence on the job that our Director, Joel Ramirez for Health and Human Services, doing. I understand the intent. We have a lot of people, as we hear before from some of my council colleagues, that we don't know where they came from. They just come into our city and they try to help, but we have no idea where they came from, what are they serving in the street, and that's a legitimate problem. I also know that there's a lot of entity in our community that doing a phenomenal job helping the community, and not only helping the homeless. There's people with 1 and 2 jobs here that also need assistance with grocery, and we have so many great churches with food pantry that are doing the work and putting that additional grocery on on the table for those families. We have to be mindful of that, So, and there's been a lot of misinformation on this piece of legislation, but definitely, I also will acknowledge, my council colleague request to send it back to the workshop to have more discussion on, and also my recommendation to all my council colleagues is let's use this time to send a question to the director, our comment, opinion, recommendation. That way, when we have the discussion again about this item, all our input will be connected, will be in the body of the resolution. I hear a lot of great comments from my council colleague. And also the concern is, the resident, the churches, the non-for-profit, the entity that we have in the city, that we know that they're doing a phenomenal job helping our community, and we need them out there to continue doing the phenomenal work that they've been doing. So I will honor also the tabling this resolution, sending back to a future time. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 2 has been removed from the regular meeting agenda.
Yes, Madam Clerk, there's another item 35 from the director, and my apologies to Director Ramirez. I was not aware that he was fasting, and I know it's 10 o'clock already. So let's take care of this last item. That way he could go home and grab something to eat. So let's take care of item 35 from Health and Human Service, Councilwoman, Madam Clerk.
Item 35 is a resolution authorizing the accepting of a grant for the 2024 WIC Seniors Farmers Market Nutrition Program. It's for Health and Human Services Resolution 24:257.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mims. Second by
Discussion.
Council President and Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion, Councilman Mims.
So thank you, Council President, to the viewing public, to the director. I think this is a phenomenal item that is being brought forward. And I just want the director to come on to give an overview of what this item is, because one of the requests I made last week for this particular item is that it's opened up so more seniors can be able to receive the benefits of getting these vouchers to receive fruit from our community. So if Council President, Director Ramirez,
yes,
he can just give a brief overview and let our seniors know how they can go about receiving these vouchers so they can get some fresh produce and fruit from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mims. We're right in sync, right on point, and on the same page. Let open the floor for Director George Ramirez. That way he could give us a detail on this great resolution, number 35. Director.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Dr. Mims, for your inquiry. As I mentioned during the workshop, this is a program that we run during the summers. It is funded by the state. They have a list of vendors that are pre-approved. We have posted this on the city's website, and we will be sharing it in social media. Our senior services staff will be reaching out, as they did last year, to all of the senior buildings in the city. They are able to either come to senior services at Riverside Vets or come to 125 Ellison Street at our office, and we will fill out the application for them, and we will immediately print the voucher. There's a QR code that is issued. Last year, we had over 700 QR codes issued for residents of the city. There are criteria. They have to be over 60 years of age, and they do have an income criteria. If they call my office at 973-321-1242, again, 973-321-1242, we can give them more information, and we can start taking their name and number so that when the vouchers are available, we can start issuing them their vouchers with the names of the vendors they can actually go purchase fruits and vegetables from.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Council President, just one more piece. And even, can you speak to, if they're not able to be able to come to the office, what are the accommodations that are in place for those seniors that may not have access to come to Riverside Vet or to 125 Ellison Street?
So Hilda and Diane at Senior Services will make accommodations. We will take the information over email, text messages. We do have to have proof of income. So we'll make accommodations. We'll work with everyone. Last year, again, we went to the senior buildings. Diane went to the senior buildings. We actually, through the grant, purchased a laptop and a mobile printer. So we're able to go to the senior buildings and print right there.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Council President. So to the viewing public, you've heard it. This is a great program. Not all of our seniors participated. So I wanted this item to be on regular, so that our director could talk about this phenomenal program where you're able, as seniors, based on income requirements and eligibility, that you're able to receive this free fruit and produce from through the state grant fund. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 36.
If I may, Council President.
Councilman Cotton.
I'm sorry, Director Ramirez. I remember some years ago, you had to go to the farmer's market. Is this similar to that program? Because I don't know when they started it at the Riverside Vet, when they started bringing the items over to Riverside Vet. How long they been doing at the Riverside Vet now?
No, so what we do is we issue the QR code at the Riverside Vets or at my office. We have the capability of printing here or at Riverside Vets.
And then where do they go?
Now the state mandate, that's why they provided us the funding for the laptops and the mobile printer. They're mandating that it's a digital application, and then we issue the QR code. So we can send it to their phone or we'll print it here in our offices.
So where do they go pick up the items?
There's a list of vendors like City Green. City Green, you know, they set up those community shops downtown by the Great Falls, or there are vendors at the farmers market who accept the WIC program, and they are in the list. The state gives us the list, and we can provide that list, and we do provide the list to everyone who applies.
No, so once you do the list, because they're not picking it up at Riverside Vet, they have to go to one of the vendors that's on the list.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 36.
Council President, sorry.
Councilmember.
Director, when you get a chance, can you email me the vendors? You know, I know you say the farmer market by Railroad, East Railroad, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to check on this because we have a numerous of supermarket close to the seniors building, right? And some of them cannot drive down to the farmer market. I want to see the list because we want to have more people participating and closer to their houses. Make sure that we had those vendors in place. We gotta, you know, I have four senior complex in the fifth ward, you know, site, and you got more supermarket around the senior building than driving into 1.4 to the other side of the city.
I agree, Councilman Valeska. Director, if you could provide the list of yes.
I will send the list that was given to us for the 2023. We have not received the one for 2024, but just to answer the councilman, the list is given to us by the state. They have to be approved by the state. We can't just put vendors in there.
Exactly.
So we can work with City Green and see if they can establish that mobile market near the senior buildings.
Thank you. So, Director, yes, once the state approve the list, it share the list with the entire governing body. And it's our job to promote the list and let our senior know those are the location, how to apply, call the health department, and that's going to be our job right after the state approve the list. And all council members should start calling and making sure that every constituent and you were and our large also as well get that information. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 36.
Roll call on item number 35 for approval, Councilwoman Cotton.
35.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik, is he? No, he's not there. Councilwoman Mims.
And so just in closing, I'll do my vote. This will be quick. That's why information is power, to make sure that this great opportunity that is happening in our community, our seniors are fully aware, not just a portion of our seniors, but all of our seniors are aware of this this fruit and produce that is available to the community at no cost, based on income and verification eligibility. So once we get that information to Madam BA, I believe Madam BA is on. Madam BA, if we can have this rotating on our access channel and our website, so that our community at large can see it, and also if it could be published or do a robocall so that our seniors are readily made aware of this great opportunity to provide them with fresh produce. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to commend the Department of Human Services for the diligent work they do with our senior, Joel, Hilda. You know, I know Hilda does a great job informing us at council when they have event with the seniors out there. Yesterday, I was with a group of seniors in a building, and they mentioned about this voucher, and they excited to receive it. Communication is the key. Joel Ramirez, Director, please utilize us for examining, to put that information out there anytime you want. That's why we're here. The boys are the people, and you could call us when we're ready to make sure all our seniors get the benefit. This will benefit not only in the senior building, this is to benefit all our seniors in the city of Paterson. And according to AARP, 55 years old up is a senior, I believe so. Okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Davila.
So I want to begin first, by apologizing to our director. I really do. These items, I know that you do your due diligence. Councilwoman Cotton, who is part of the committee, these items go through a committee process, then it's brought to workshop. Discussions can be there. And definitely during regular also, we can, make our statements or whatever. But I want to apologize because, you know what, we have to respect everyone, right? And I requested a few times to take his items early because of his fasting. But with that said, we're here to do a job, right? And we're doing it. And, clarifications have been made, items have been removed. And right now we're voting on something that I know that, from his directorship, as long as his leadership, along with everyone under his team, they do their due diligence. And as Councilman Velez and everyone has stated, this is for all of our seniors. And just to correct Councilman Velez, you receive your AARP card when you turn 50. Okay. So I don't think I'm a senior yet. But I'm close.
Very close.
I'm close, but that's okay because I'm blessed because I'm still alive.
Got your cooler.
My apologies to you, Director. With that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Davila, you're making me feel bad. You're making me think that I kept the director all night long here. But the director's committed with his job. He understands that we have serious business to take care, and he knows that we respect his job. And let me start by saying thank you, Director, for your outstanding job, the work that you've been doing with the city. And this is a great program. And what I'm saying is, like, the best way to help the community is by giving the community the right information for them to take advantage. And I'm going to tell you this, the director, Barbara, the rehab program, nobody was applying for that. I did just a quick video. And I just put it on my social media, and people start applying like never before. We have 600 people on the list of the rehab program. That's what we should be doing. And with this, we have to be behind the director on the health and human service and the health department to make sure that everybody knows, because this is very important. This is not only for senior that live in senior building. This is for all senior in the city of Paterson. Attention to my third ward residents. I have a lot of senior in the third ward that they're homeowner, but they live on a fixed income. And with the constantly tax increases that we've been getting throughout the years, and with the cost of living that is going up, and doesn't stop, and the fixed income, it's almost impossible for some of the senior to be able to put food on the table. So this program is for every senior in the city of Paterson. I want to repeat the number for the director's office, which is 973-321-1242. Start calling. Once we get the list approved by the state, all council members, we should start promoting the list, making sure that everybody take the opportunity to have additional food on the table. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
If I may correct you, Council President, actually we got over 750 applications in community development for that program.
Yes.
For that people that need work done on their property. So it's at 750, Council President.
Yes, thank you, Council. It's keep growing, Councilwoman.
I keep going. I keep sending her. Somebody go to her every day that I send.
But it's a blessing.
And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Council President, Council colleagues, what they do fix in the house.
Oh, the roof window, you name it. It's amazing. It's a blessing. That's a great program. And I would like to encourage our residents to just keep applying and promoting this every day. And it's and we helping a lot of residents of the city of Paterson. And it's not alone. It's a money that in 5 years you cannot sell your property in 5 years. After 5 years, we should release the deed restriction on your property. So, council members, we're gonna get into public portion. Let me remind the public, if they want to participate on the public portion, they could call the number 973-321-1579. Meeting ID, it's 8326. Press the star 1 to listen to the meeting, and press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room. It's 1017. Madam Clerk, do we have any speaker?
Yes, we do. We have about 24 speakers.
24 speakers. So council members, we have 24 speakers are being preparing the number to call. So they on the line. So let me start by opening the public portion right now. So we have 27 speakers. So we're gonna let's close the call and let's take care of those 27 speakers that we have. Let's go speaker number 1, Madam Clerk.
Speaker, you please state your name for the record and go ahead. You're on. Member of the public, please go ahead. They're not there. Okay.
Until the speaker come into the line, Madam Clerk, let me remind everybody, if you're waiting and you press the star 1, you have to press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room. So the system works really well. So we just have to do it properly. 973-321-1579, star 1 to listen, and the star 3 to be added.
Yes. Is he there? So while we wait, again, the number to call in for the meeting is 973-321-1579 and enter meeting ID 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting and star 3 to be added to the speaker key.
Yes. Once again, members of the public, 973-321-1579. Meeting ID is 8326. Press the star 1 to listen to the meeting. And if you want to speak on the public portion, press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room.
Okay.
Okay, this is Zelly Thomas from Black Lives Matter.
Please state your name for the record. Go ahead, speaker.
Yes, this is Zelly Thomas from Black Lives Matter Paterson. First, I want to say that nowhere in this ordinance does it say that this only applies to only outside organizations. Nowhere. The villa is lying to the public on that regard. Second, instead of fighting poverty, the mayor of Paterson is fighting the poor. His new ordinance regulates individuals and organizations that help community members in need. The phrase cleaning up Paterson or cleaning up Broadway doesn't mean removing debris. It means removing poor and unhoused people from the public view. Getting rid of poor people is not the same as getting rid of poverty. We all deserve a cleaner city, but a cleaner city should...
I don't know what to tell you, Michelle, because
Councilman.
are you in? I've been on the phone.
Sorry, we all deserve a cleaner city. It should mean removing litter, not removing people. Ordinance like this hurt an already hurting community. The mayor wanted to hire a PR firm as part of a plan to rebrand Paterson as a place for developers to invest in. But we need to stop investing in buildings and start investing in the people that live here. The mayor and Velez keep talking about food. This is not about food handling. If it was, the ordinance would just talk about the distribution of food. But this ordinance regulates all tangible items, which includes clothes, socks, ponchos, hand warmers, or even the lock zone that is used to reverse overdoses. This is not about the garbage Paterson sees, because it's so, dumping is so widespread in the city that violates ordinances by selling furniture on sidewalks. The irony of potentially going to jail for supporting people who may have been recently been released from jail. This is about creating a burden to organizations and individuals supporting and ignore population in hopes that they stop. But we refuse to ignore our community members, despite the mental health issues, despite their substance use disorders, despite the choice of employment or lack of. The only way we can address the real issues of Paterson, the systemic racism and poverty, is not to sweep it under the rug or to push it to another block, but to invest in the people and the organizations that help them. Vote no on this ordinance in all variations. Vote for love, vote for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally Thomas. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Put the next one through, Ryan. Okay. Just a minute, Mr. President. Yeah. There's no one there? Okay. Okay.
Council President, do we have more speakers on the queue?
Yes.
We have 23 speakers in queue.
23 speakers in queue.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a process for them to come on, so they're being.
That's a good number because my clock says 10:23.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Community development.
Council President, if I may, I'm getting text messages of people that says they're online, but it's not letting them on, and it says they're on queue, but it's not letting them on.
And it's kicking some of them off as well.
Oh, okay. So, Ryan, can you check that out? Just make sure that, because we have the 23 speaker and they are in the waiting room. So we gotta make sure that they're gonna be able to connect with us to be able to listen today.
While we're waiting, I may just announce that early voting for the municipal election is May 10th, 11th, and 12th, 2024. So early voting for the municipal election of May 14th, 2024 is on May 10th, 11th, and 12th. The polling locations are the Heritage at Alexander Hamilton and the Fire Department, 300 McBride Avenue. That's for early voting only. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's also repeat the phone number for the Paterson resident that wish to speak on the public portion. The phone number is 973-321-1579. The meeting ID is 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting and press star 3 to be added into the speaker room. So we have 23 speakers, Madam Clerk. Do we have anybody already?
Ryan is having issues queuing them up, he said.
Are they following the step? So they press star 3 to be added in the speaker room, right?
Good evening. Can you please state your name for the record and go ahead?
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You hear me? Here, Ma, take this phone.
Hello?
Here, take that phone. You're on.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Bias.
Go ahead, Mr. Bias. Did we lose her? Mr. Bias, please go ahead.
For some reason, it's knocking people off. I'm not sure what's going on.
She's not there, right?
She was there for a minute, but she's gone.
Is someone else there? It's not showing on my end.
While we're waiting, I'm going to put the request back on the floor as I did last week. Madam BA, we need to look into a system. Our system is antiquated, and it's embarrassing that we're not able to allow our public to call in. So I'll make another request that due to the lack of us being in a modern technology stage with our equipment, that, Council President, we need to, if we're going to continue to be in a place where we can't use the chambers, that we will find another space to utilize to ensure our public has an opportunity to speak.
I agree with you, Councilman Mims. This, we spoke about this. We have this request before, and so I have Zoom meeting, virtual meeting every day on my business, and we have enough technology out there and effective technology to speak with people in the United States and out of the United States and anywhere effectively. I don't know why we got to look into this. I have a constituent that is telling me that it keep telling that. He's telling him that he's number one on the call. So
Council President, if I may, and I'm going to say this because I think that Councilwoman Mims would agree with me, you as well, and others that have a similarity with Zoom. I don't know why we have all these difficulties when in Zoom we can go ahead and advertise the link of the meeting. And then the person who's handling the meeting will have an open room. And then you allow them one by one to be part of the meeting. So I'm not sure, because I've been in meetings at the college with a lot of people, all right? And only a selected few will speak, like the administration, and then they allow us to come in. So there is a way to do this that we do not have to spend any more money. Let us use Zoom wisely. Because I think what it is we're not using it to its fullest capacity.
I agree with you. That's the reason why I mentioned there's a different technology that we could use to allow 20, 40, 50 people.
No, Zoom. You could do it through Zoom, Council President.
Exactly.
Member of the public?
Yes.
Yes. What you do is you give everyone, you advertise the link to everyone. Also, and you only allow the individuals to come in once the meeting is over.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. But give me a second, Councilman.
Speaker, please go ahead.
We have a speaker on the room.
They're not on.
So, Council President, meanwhile they come.
Councilman Oles.
Or let's get a school, let's get a place, and do the meeting. Because I don't want to get blamed at the Zoom and this and that, blah, blah. It's like, let's get a school, let's get a place, and and we could do the meeting.
Definitely. So after this meeting, we have to look for.
Speaker, please go ahead. Please state your name. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is James Brown from Truth to Christ Incorporation, the leader of Faith in Paterson from Live Free USA.
Good evening.
And I hear Councilman Velez saying that the food should be checked, that the pantry food is being checked. I work at like 3 pantries, and I've never seen them come check like maybe once or twice. So the food that the pantries give out is also outdated. I just like to say that to you, that the pantries, the churches, the QMACs, and all the other ones give out outdated food also. I receive a lot of outdated food from some of these pantries. So that cannot be the case of the situation or the problem about outdated food. You don't say nothing about the people that's on Main Street blocking the sidewalks and causing traffic for all the vendors that be out there that's serving food and selling ices and all that stuff like that. Is that stuff being checked? I just can't understand the reason why the people is speaking about feeding the homeless and saying they're not against this, they're not against that. But with this ordinance, you have to be against it because there's so many other places that are serving food. And I don't see a health department going into these pantries, checking to see if their food is frozen, if their food is good, or if their food is outdated. So if you want to worry about those, that's the small grassroots organizations that's out there trying to feed the homeless, doing the harm reduction and trying to get them to rehab and to move off the streets and stuff like that, I think that you should go other places and look because the help is here. And the grassroots that's in Paterson is doing a fantastic job. and a lot of organizations out of Paterson coming to Paterson because Paterson said they got all the grants in Paterson because we are the third violent city in the state of New Jersey. So they come in here to get the money, not to help the people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, just a moment.
Council President, next speaker comes up. It's good that Joel Ramirez, the Director of Human Services, okay, clarify that they do inspections out there for all these facilities. You know, they go out there and never say that they don't inspect.
Yes. We can go back, Councilor Velez, under the closing of the meeting. But we have another speaker. Good evening.
Caller, please go ahead. Please state your name and go ahead. Please state your name, caller, and go ahead.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
please state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes.
My name is Timothy Tobias.
Yes, Mr. Tobias.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Tobias.
There you go. Hold on.
Hello, you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
All right, this is Michelle Tobias. I want to know what happened last week when I was trying to speak, when I heard the president say, should we have any more speakers? And Maritza said no. And I want to know why. What's going on? I am the public, and should be able to speak at this podium. I'm going to let that one go. Now, I would like to know, when can we get the mayor to come in that seat and address some of these problems in this city? It would be very nice. I have another question for the sheriff. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I have another question for the sheriff. I hear him saying that he want to get drones or whatever thrown through the windows and it'll help when somebody's in distress. But I want to know, can he get some of that money and put some more cameras on these poles in some areas where we live, in senior buildings and other areas? Because I have a granddaughter that was shot, and I haven't seen nothing done with that as of yet. Those are just some of my suggestions. And I thank Ms. Cotton, Mims, and Mr. Jackson for all these suggestions on these things that's important to the public. And I want to tell the gentleman who's in the Board of Health who's bringing those vouchers, I thank him for those vouchers, but the problem I have with the vouchers is that a lot of times we hold on to the vouchers and we didn't have nowhere to go redeem them. Because a lot of times when they came to our building, either we weren't home or I wasn't around, and I lost a lot of those vouchers. And I thank you for that program because I've been on it for many, many years. So those are my thoughts. But my son want to say something.
Hi, City Council again. This is Tim Tobias. I'll be really, really quick. So I moved out of Paterson 20 years ago. Came back to Paterson. I unfortunately still see specifically some of the streets that need to be repaved. I'm not going to talk about that right now. I really do want to talk about, there's a street downtown Paterson on the corner of Clark Street and Market Street. To me, I believe it's a very unsafe intersection. It looks like there used to be a traffic light there, right? But the traffic light is inoperable right now. Something has to be done about that intersection because it's very unsafe. The other intersection, too, that I think is unsafe, when you go across one of the bridges, the last bridge I think was just remodeled, on Bridge Street and Presidential Boulevard, there's a 3-way stop sign there, which I think, too, is very unsafe. It can be confusing. We're familiar with 2-way stop signs, 4-way stop signs, but a 3-way stop sign can be extremely confusing, and it can definitely be unsafe. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, just a minute.
a lot of people that are in the queue are being kicked off and they're calling back and being kicked off again. And there's some people that are waiting. They've been on for 3 hours, some a little bit over that. So let's just be cognitive of that.
Ryan said they're there. They're, you know, he's just. You're right. Ryan said they're there. They're not following the procedure. Then there's nothing he can do to get them in if they don't follow the procedure.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just repeat the number and also for the viewing public. In order for you to be into the speaker room, you need to follow the whole process. The phone number is 973-321-1579. Right after that, the meeting ID is 8326. Then you press *1 to listen to the meeting. And if you want to speak, you need to press *3 to be added into the speaker room. And from there, we'll bring you into the meeting. So once again, 973-321-1579, meeting ID 8326. Press *1 to listen and press *3 to be added into the speaker room.
So, Council President, I'm getting, I mean, many people are texting me that are online. They're saying, and they are doing it correctly, they're saying that when they come in, it tells them that they're on the speaker list, and as soon as they get in the queue, it's hanging them up. Then they call back, the same message is hanging them up, and they keep calling back in. But the system, and that's why we know it's an antiquated dinosaur system. We have to get up to date. We can use Zoom, we could use WebEx. We just have to publicize the link and then identify who the callers are and the caller by name and number and just reel them in. Like we have to, if we can't be in another location, we have to make that happen next week. It's embarrassing. People are viewing us all over the state, and my phone is on fire right now from people that can't call in and people that are watching. It's very embarrassing.
I totally agree, Councilwoman. Last week, we had 20 speakers, and they all went through the process, and it worked really well. I'm very sure that the community knows the process. So we have another speaker, finally. Hello?
Please state your name for the record and go ahead, speaker. Go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Deborah Hannibal. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead, Ms. Hannibal.
Good evening, council members, council president, Madam Clerk, and the administration. I have been holding for over 3.5 hours to be dropped approximately 6 times. So thankfully, I don't give up easy. So I would like to beg that you respect the time of the residents by starting the meetings on time and allowing the public to speak prior to 10 p.m. The low turnout in recent elections scream to me that Paterson residents feel hopeless, powerless, and may even feel as if their vote does not count. Just like tonight, fellow residents, I beg you not to give up on yourselves or on the city. We must turn out to vote like never before. On May 14th, you will have the opportunity to take your power back. If you do not feel like your concerns are being represented, you will have the opportunity to elect the council person for your ward. Please go to vote411.org to learn more about what is important to those running for the council seats. You will be able to register to vote on that site, check to see if you're registered, and you will also be able to sign up to be a poll worker. I'm going to attempt to speak as respectfully as possible because I recognize the sensitivity of some when they are being called out by the lack of preparation during these meetings, which should be considered business meetings. Even tonight, the information, the backup information was not there. So rather than doing the business, we have to pull items and come back to the table. A thoughtful person will be able to discern that the matters that I come to this meeting to address are business related and express my concern for the state of this city, a city that I love. I have come here in the past to talk about public safety concerns, shootings, us having to bury our children prematurely. I even told the story of having to shout to my mom to get down because there was shooting outside of the place where we live. She is someone who loves sitting outside in her backyard. And last summer, that was taken away from her. Something has to be done about this city. There's so many issues. I talked about the sporting events for our youth. There are no restrooms and no bleachers. As a taxpayer, I am concerned about how we are spending our monies. And I will continue to draw attention to the BA receiving a $50,000 raise, which amounts to almost $125,000 over the past 2.5 years. And our children don't have bleachers when they are hosting tournaments. And lastly, I'm concerned about the attempts to silence opposing views. 8 versus 1 is not something to be proud of. I'm someone who believes that I can learn.
3 minutes up, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ryan.
Let me remind the public that it's not us, that we don't cut anybody after 3 minutes. It's the system that right after 3 minutes, finish the call and just open the system for the next call. So once again, it's not us, it's the system that opened the time, the space for new call.
Yeah, they're going to the process, Council President.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. So while we wait, the number to call to be a part of this meeting is 973-321-1579. Enter meeting ID 8326. Press 1 if you want to listen to the meeting. Press *3 to be added to the speaker key. Again, press *1 if you just want to listen to the meeting, or press *3 to be added to the speaker key. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So once again, Paterson, 973-321-1579. Meeting ID 8326. Press *1 to listen to the meeting. But if you want to speak and participate on the public portion, you have to press *3 to be added into the speaker room. And to members of the public, most of the time, I never had this the public portion that late.
Please state your name, speaker, and go ahead.
Go ahead. Good evening.
You're not there. They're not there. Please state your name and go ahead, member of the public.
Council President, I'm going from my phone to my tablet. Can you let me in?
Yes, I haven't touched anything, Councilman. So let me just let me look for you on the yes.
Perhaps just maybe a recommendation to the public. Perhaps people can call in. Maybe if they can call the council person, we'll go off mute and then we can hear them through that way because they're not getting through the system. And a lot of people are in queue. It's kicking them off. They're back in queue. They've been waiting for a long time. Maybe it'll make it easier, unfortunately, for tonight that the people that are on hold or trying to call in can call council members, and then we can allow through our phone, we can bring them on so that they can be heard for the 3 minutes, and then if somebody could just time them, that may be another option since we can't get them through this antiquated system.
That's correct. So at the end of the meeting, I would like to hear from Ryan, because at the last meeting we had 20 speakers and the public portion was really smooth. Well, with the difficulty that people need to understand that they have the 3 minutes, but that the last workshop, it was really smooth. Now I see all the difficulties, all the problems. So we definitely have to resolve this matter before we get into our next virtual meeting.
You still haven't let me in, Council President.
So I see you here. So
there's one on my phone, then there's one that says the host has joined. We'll let them know you're here.
Okay, so
I have Ms. Frances Harrison. Do you want me to put her on speaker and let her speak while we're waiting for the queue?
Please go ahead, speaker. There's someone on the line right now.
Speaker, go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
I don't know which other I'm listening to, Lisa, because I started out at number 23, then I was number 1, then I was number 17, then I was 1 again. So I'm on my cell phone and my house phone. So which one am I talking on? Do you want me to put her on speaker and let her?
You're in the council queue now.
You're in the council queue with your phone, so we're listening to you, Ms. Harris.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
She has to turn on one of.
Yes, you, Ms. Harris.
Okay.
Hello.
She hung up the council queue, and now
got the council queue instead of the other. Councilman, you in already?
You want me to try and get back in? I know I logged off, so I'm gonna.
There's another one.
I'm going to tell you what.
Any other speaker, Council, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there is a speaker queuing up there. They're going through the menu, Ryan said.
Thank you, Councilman De La Cis. You're in at the meeting. So yeah, back. So once again, Paterson 973-321-1579 is the number. Meeting ID 8326. Press star 1 to be added in the list, and press star 3 to be added on the speaker room. So any speaker, Madam Clerk?
Not as yet. Not.
Can you ask?
They're coming in right now, Ryan said.
If we could have an explanation from IT why you know it's what this is why it's happening that like this now. So since the last meeting we had 20 speakers.
Right.
When we went through 20 speaker, 23, right one after another one, and now the whole system is collapsing. It's collapsing. So you can get any call.
Speaker, are you there?
Hi, this is Jenna. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm hearing you now. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So this is Jenna Miller from New Jersey Harm Reduction Coalition. I really appreciate everyone who has come on tonight to express their concerns about this ordinance. Everything that I heard described is not what I read in the draft ordinance. So it was incredibly broad sweeping, so broad sweeping that people could be arrested for giving out voter registration forms without a permit, giving out naloxone, the medicine that reverses an overdose, without a permit, giving out prepackaged foods, cooked foods. Really, the thing that strikes home for me is I think about the earthquake And if people had been hurt in that earthquake, with the draft that I saw, people, if anyone had been hurt, people could be arrested, fined up to $2,000 and 90 days in jail for bringing food or water or toilet paper or a few dollars to buy groceries to other people. This ordinance was shocking and appalling. It would criminalize helping people and supporting those with the least. And it is so fortunate that so many people on this call, like Zelly Thomas from Black Lives Matter and Bree Azevedo from Black Lives Matter Paterson, who she's waiting to speak, James Brown, so many, Ruby, so many people can work with the city council to find answers to what the problems that you've raised, like litter, because community is the answer to those problems. And you have people here who want to help. And so I urge the council to scrap this entirely and take a different approach, an approach that doesn't criminalize people, but that works with your community to find solutions, because again, community is the answer.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Ryan. Okay. Just a moment, Council President. So while we wait for the speaker to come on, I'll just remind the callers that the number to call is 973-321-1579. Enter meeting ID 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting, or star 3 to be added to the speaker lineup. This person there. I'd also like to remind our viewing public that early voting for the municipal election of May 14, 2024, or May 10th, 11th, and 12th. This early voting will be conducted for the municipal election on May 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Now the callers are receiving a message stating that it's an application error.
Uh-oh.
That's the message that they're receiving now.
Cool.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Good
Please state your
evening.
name and go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Charles Ferrer.
Yes, Mr. Ferrer, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Charles.
Okay, so I'm sitting here. I was told I was number 20, and now I'm the one speaking. So I'm sitting here listening to this. This is like completely unacceptable. So here's a suggestion. You have shared services with the school district. I don't know how long the city council chambers are going to be out of circulation. Take the meeting to Eastside. Take the meeting to Kennedy. They have the system set up. They have mics and everything. bring it to another venue. This is not working. But I have to agree with Councilwoman Davila. I've been on Zoom calls with 1,000 people, and we haven't had these issues. I really don't know what's going on, but you have to do better. This is unacceptable. If you can't get your Zoom system right, you need to do some practice with whoever's doing it, because it's not that difficult. Or give people the link now so that they can come on the Zoom, so that they can do it that way for those that have the ability to do that, because it just makes no sense. I'm really not going to get into this other situation, but we have a homeless problem in the city of Paterson. And doing what I'm hearing that you're talking about doing, that's not the answer. What you might want to do is set a designated area where people will receive food or help or whatever in one or two areas, so that you can have better control of it. But deny people, and some of the things, when I'm hearing people complain because people were given tents and stuff like that, would we have rather had them out there sleeping and freezing on the streets? There's a problem. You got all these developers building all kinds of buildings. Take a building and renovate it into a building designated for just homeless people. I don't know. But there's something that has to be done. But putting something that's going to stop people from helping? Come on now. If you do for the least of my brethren, you do for all. So I think you need to rethink that. That's not the answer. It's a bad recommendation, and it's not a good look for Paterson. And and we spend our time in school teaching children to give and to help, and then they get to become adults, like my former student Zelly Thomas, and now you want to penalize them for doing just that. Make it make sense, because right now you're not. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Charge. Now, let's pick him, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, just a moment.
I'm going to say what nobody probably will say. This is embarrassing to be the third largest city in the state of New Jersey, and we can allow the public to come onto the meeting. At this point, because there's so many issues, we've wasted almost an hour and a half. Public is frustrated. They've been waiting on for 3 hours, whatever that time limit is. We need to come up with a way to allow the people that are trying to call in to gain access, whether it's providing the Zoom link to those individuals that are in queue, or allowing the people in queue to call a council member, and we open up our line and let them speak, so that this can be, Councilwoman Dow will appreciate this word, expeditiously done. But we have to do something, because we're just sitting here and nothing's happening. It's kicking people off. They're getting system error messages consistently, and it's just shameful that the public cannot speak. They don't have access to call in. So there needs to be an executive decision made, because at this point, whatever's happened is not working. So we need to make a decision, Council President, to allow those people that are in queue to call in, whether it's Zoom access or not.
Sir, please state your name and go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, we hear you.
Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's been about 4 or 5 hours. Listen, this is Brother G, President of Paterson Care. Most of you guys that's on that council has been in the streets with Paterson Care at some point, been to one of our functions, donated in some form or fashion. When I heard about this ordinance, I was like, wow, these are the same council people that help us. So I'm happy that you guys are going to, take this off the agenda tonight and meet with the nonprofit organizations and, hammer this thing out. But don't just come at us like, you're gonna fine us, put us in jail. It's amazing that in the city of Paterson, you can refurbish a building without a permit. But you're asking good-hearted people to get a permit to do what Jesus did. Fed the poor, went out into the communities, in the neighborhoods. This is what Jesus commanded us to do. And now you want to put this permit thing on it. And I mean, I heard Louis Velez mention Newark. If you want to take a page from Newark and Ras Barak, go visit the containers that they have over there for the homeless. You want to get them off the street, get them a designated area like Charles Ferrer just said. Let's make space for them. I understand, it's, so many people out there that's doing good. I really understand that. But don't penalize us for doing good. Do your job and provide housing for these individuals, shelters for them. And one other thing, Mr. Mayor, I really like you, Andre said, but if you really want to help the quality of life in the city, find those cameras that was promised to us from the state to stop illegal dumping. The illegal dumping in this city is out of control. Out of control. I post almost daily. I mean, people call me. The latest one, Arch Street. Miss McNeil been screaming from the top of her lungs. Let's fix those things. Let's fix the flooding in Paterson. Let's concentrate on the bigger fish. I want to say thank you. I don't know whether to say good morning or good night because I've been on the phone for so long. Listen, y'all have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother G. So council members and Madam Clerk, Ryan came to my office and asked for to take a break. He will check what's wrong with the system. So we have, we went over to all so we went to the consent agenda. Item the non-consent agenda. We have 2 items on first reading and 1 in second reading. Those are the 3 last items that we have. So let's go back let's wait for at least 10 minutes for Ryan to look at the system and see what's wrong with the system. Let's give him that break and let's take care of those 2 items on first reading and the one on second reading, and then we'll open the line again to see if it fixes a problem, because obviously there is a problem. At the last meeting, we have 20 speakers, and all the 20 speakers came through with no problem. Everybody used the 3 minutes. Now, out of the 23 speakers, so we have just a few, and it's almost impossible for them to connect. That is a legitimate problem. And we cannot continue having this virtual meeting if we're going to have this situation. We need to allow, give us a minute, Councilman Velez. We need to allow the resident of the great city of Paterson to connect with us. We need to hear from a resident. So we got to fix this before the next meeting, the next workshop. Otherwise, we're going to choose the plan B, which is going to be a different venue for us to meet until we fix the chamber. So with that being said, council members, please, let's go to those 3 items and let's skip, because we got 10 to 15 minutes for Ryan to find out what is the problem. Okay, let's go to those 2 first reading items, council members, please.
Yeah, Council President.
11:07. Very brief, Councilman Velez, please.
Yeah, it's going to be brief. Council President, I guess you have to take the first reading only, first reading one, because they don't need a public input on it.
Of course. That's the reason I mentioned the 2 first reading.
And there was a slash motion that Councilwoman Mims did to get like Farate. I said it before. Let's get another school. Let's get something. So that motion is a motion. So I will second that motion, that without going to Plan B, let's do it next week in a school without going Plan B.
First of all, Council members, first of all, let's wait for Ryan to identify what is the problem with it. I want to be able to see what's the problem, because we're going to have, at some point, we need to utilize a virtual meeting for executive or closed section and for future events. We need to make sure that if we're going to utilize this virtual venue to conduct meeting, take formal action on item, we need to make sure that the community is going to be able to get in touch with us and participate on the meeting, regardless of if we go to a school next week. So this is on the table. We need to hear what happened with the system, and we need to invest in this system, because I know in the future we're gonna have to use virtual meeting, and then we're gonna talk about a different location for us to have a personal meeting. So, Madam Clerk, let's do item number 3. I'm sorry, on the first reading ordinance.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 3 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on a portion of 21st Avenue for Gianelli Modern Baking Company.
So move.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 3. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. While we're on the topic, I mean, I'm in support of this item, but I just have to say this. I mean, the fact that it's embarrassing is what I've been saying the last several years. In fact, when Mr. Fiscaldo was alive, I took a 10 out to his block because he didn't have the capacity to log in and participate in the public portion, which we all knew at that time he was very much so active. And members of this current council didn't want to allow that to happen. I also went down to the library in North Main Street in the brick of code. When Councilwoman Mims, you were the sitting president at the time, you denied all those people an opportunity to speak. I've been doing it. Even the current OIC had to make provisions because council president would not allow constituents to come into my office, because I've been saying that this is not an adequate system for people to access, and their faces should be allowed to be seen as well. Now, all of a sudden, years later, just like most everything else, the things that Councilman Jackson was saying, everybody's starting to echo it the same way. It's embarrassing that it's a shame that our people have to deal with this. In fact, Councilwoman Davila goes on the line to talk about how the director has to be inconvenienced to wait so long. He was fasting, but yet the members of the public continue to get pushed to the side. And here it is after 11 o'clock, and we're still trying to get people on the public portion. Just some food for thought to the members of the public. Just something to think about. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
You're on mute.
Yes. Oh, okay. To the viewing public, we're dealing with alternative facts on tonight. The fact is, when I was sitting president for that particular meeting, let me be clear, it was not the same scenario. We had access where people were to sign in to speak. Councilman Jackson refused to follow the process. He was sitting under a tent in the dark, had people lined up from a community, and felt it necessary to bypass the process and want them to speak outside of the purview of the bylaws and the outline of this council constituency. Had nothing to do with what's going on tonight. Is a totally different scenario. The goal of the city council president is to bring order and decorum to the council. It was asked that they call and or sign their name up to speak. That was not done. It was in a place to cause disruption and divisiveness. And as the sitting council president at the time, I had to bring order. that is what happened. Tonight is totally different from that particular night. The public knows how I feel about them, and they know I will never stop them from speaking. So to put that out to the community is laughable, and it's also alternative facts. You know, let's get it together here. Madam Clerk, we're voting on the item for loading zone on 21st Ave. Let's make sure that our commercial corridor allows things to be loaded and unloaded. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, staying on task and staying on record, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, just give me a second. I need some light here. Hold on. Because every time this happens, I need to get some light. Hold on. All right. So once again, this woman is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if it was the effect of the clips yesterday, but she bringing a positive effect of the clips to the council today. Because let me say this, people take time of this meeting that we need to move the agenda forward and the city forward to just look at 8 council members. They always wrong. We do everything bad. Council president in that time, in that meeting, you took control at that meeting. Also, as council president is taking control of the meeting because we need to move forward. The public out there call us, text us, and say, you guys doing a great job in controlling the meeting and making the business of the city moving forward. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and definitely Councilman Mims. This is the difference in our, and we are here against our will. We're not responsible for the chamber for the ceiling of the chamber to collapse. You know, we're not responsible for that. We cannot be in the chamber, and we expressed, you know, the idea to be in another location. And just to double check, quite honestly, last week we got 20 speakers, as I mentioned before, and they all participated in the public portion. Now there's a problem with the system. Ryan is checking the system. Tomorrow I'll be in touch with the board president and the superintendent to start looking into a new facility, and it might be one of the Paterson Public School to have our meeting in person. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 3 is adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be at the regular meeting of May 16th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Council President.
Oh, Councilwoman Cotton.
I just have a question, and you know, I need to try to understand it. Councilman Velez is DPW chair. I thought that we voted that we would not do loading zone in effect on Saturday. I thought that it was just Monday through Friday. And we wouldn't start at 6 o'clock in the morning, that we would start at, say, 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So when I'm looking at this now, it says Monday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Why is that?
So this is what's going on. The operation of Janella's Bakery received 53 footers all the way around the clock, okay? And this loading zone is going to be adjacent to next to the building that is not going to take residence parking, it's not going to take meter parking, and the tractor trailers cannot come from the time that we want, right? So Aldous knows about this. We're doing a section on this one because they have 53 footer coming through 21st Avenue, and they need that room almost all day. So, yes.
I can piggyback on you, Councilman. Councilwoman, Janella's Bakery is a very, very big, busy factory, right? It's not a store. It's not.
They've been there for 30 years.
Yeah, and they expanded.
For 30 years. I'm saying they've been there for 30 years. Now, I'm just asking a question that is it Great Street or is it 24/7?
So let me take it back. Let me take it back.
Order. We're in the middle of roll call. We're in roll call. Point of order.
No, we finished roll call.
Councilman Abdelaziz, have the floor. Let him finish, and then we can move on with the next item, please.
It's going to go to second reading, Councilwoman. You could call me. I'll give you more information. It's on the 21st Ave. They own the whole block. There's no residential spots on there. On that end, there's a lot of parking spots. And them having this loading zone is going to create better traffic pattern because those trucks are not double parking. They're not taking the corners, like Louis said, or Councilman Velez said. But Janella has gone from a little one building operation to a whole block from, they got everything now over there. And it's not open really to the public. They have many trucks that come in and out of there.
Thank you. Council members, item number 4, council members. Madam Clerk, sorry.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 4 is also a first reading ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone for M&D Distribution Incorporated on a portion of Dover Street.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4.
Roll call on item number 4, first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Al, this is in your ward, correct? Is this a 24 hours operation too?
No, that's
no. This is the 5th ward.
Council members.
This is the 5th ward.
Yes.
So they're doing Monday through Saturday from 8 to 5.
Correct. And let me explain you, Councilwoman. Discussion.
Okay.
Councilman Velez.
Yes. So let me give you a little history on this loading zone. The whole block on the right side of Dover Street is their loading dock. What's going on is that I don't know if you recall that I put the one-way street because it was too narrow to put 2 trucks going back and forth. So the loading dock that they have is mainly being covered by cars. So we need to put that loading zone for they could not people can block the loading docks, and that's why we need to put a loading zone restriction on it.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Council President.
Councilman Mims.
So I know we're in the middle of this item, but we said to the public 10 minutes. It's been beyond that. The public is waiting to speak. So
okay. So
yeah,
right after we vote on item number 4, we come back. So we got item number 4.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4, please.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 4 is approved on first reading. Public hearing and second reading will be on May 16th, 2024 at the regular meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the public, let me just remind you the number to call, which is 973-321-1579. The meeting ID, it's 8326. Press the star 1 to listen to the meeting and press the star 3 to be added into the speaker room. Madam Clerk, let's go back with Ryan to see if he correct the problem or if he identified the problem and how many speakers we have.
You're trying to get them through?
On the waiting room.
Come here.
Just to confirm, Council President, there's only one item left on the agenda?
Yes, there's only one item left.
Okay.
Let me double check if, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we have one item left, but Ryan is trying to call back the callers, but they're not answering the telephone, he said.
Okay, so let's go with the second reading item, and right after that, so we
Council President, if I may,
Councilwoman
just understand that you have to have a public hearing. So if we're having issues with the public portion, you have to open up the public hearing. All right.
Yes,
and so I need to let you know right now we're going under a major accreditation at the college. And
give me a second, Councilwoman Davila.
And I have to leave. So I'm just letting you know that now.
Gotcha. I understand that, Councilwoman. So we have only one item. And Ryan, what he's doing is he tried to call the people that he has on the line back to see if they want to come back into the public portion. That's what he's doing. If they're not picking up. So we let's take
Council President. I have a caller on the line. They said that Ryan called them and gave him a number to call, and the code that Ryan gave is not working.
Can you put the speaker on? Can they use your phone to call?
Yeah. Okay. So,
Council President.
Speaker,
Just a minute, Councilman.
can you introduce yourself and speak? Can you hear him? Mr. Little? Hello? Hello? Maybe he's trying to call back in.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Council President. I don't know. Can you ask legal, because we have a problem for the public portion for the hearing, public hearing, if we could postpone this second reading for the next regular meeting if it's not sensitive?
This is very time sensitive, Councilman Velez. This item is very, very time sensitive for the third ward resident, extremely sensitive. And the problem is, and Ryan is reaching out to everybody back into. So the phone number is working. So we could go into the second reading, and since that's the last one, we could just open the public portion and wait and try to get back to people. So,
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
On this last item, I thought it had myself. You're a sponsor, myself as co-sponsor, but it's saying economic development.
You are the co-sponsor on that.
Yeah, but it's saying economic development. It has no names on it.
No, so that's Madam Clerk.
That's not economic development. That's City Council.
No, Madam Clerk.
No, but it should be sponsored by Council President, co-sponsored
by Councilwoman Mims. Let's please correct that right now. On the before.
And is it co-sponsored by Council President?
This is sponsored by Council President and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims.
Okay, I'll correct it and have it.
Thank you. Let's read. Let's go with. I don't know about the second reading. Councilman,
could you? I got a recommendation for the public. Just if you could hear me out 1 second, and Madam Clerk, we'll take this item. What we should do is have residents email the clerk their name and phone number. She takes it, Ryan calls them up and puts them on here. Once we try to call them, we have a record that we tried calling them.
Yes.
So, for example, I could email Jackie Murray. She puts the email. Al Abdelzi is my phone number. Ryan has that list. Call it, connect us on, get them off. Then they go on the next email. If we have 23 emails, just like the list, and it'll be right on her mailbox. We call the resident,
right,
and we connect them on if that's possible.
Thank you. Well done,
yes.
Madam Clerk. Let's do item number 1 on second reading.
Item number 1 was just done, Council President.
No, that's second reading. Item number 1. This ordinance amending supplementing Paterson Code Chapter 275, title housing is standard to be entered into the housing short-term rental. So that's the last item.
So item number 1, the second reading ordinance. Sorry, we have the public interjecting as well.
Yes.
This can be done better. Yeah.
Council President, if you're going to have them email her, we should have people. We should have people email Jackie now. Put her email out there.
Yes.
And then
right.
Once we.
Mr. President and
yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz, there is a caller right now on the phone. Can we accommodate them?
Yes.
Put them through, Ryan, please. Caller, if you're there, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello.
Please.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go ahead,
can you hear
please.
me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, K-Town Little here, Black Lives Matter, Elizabeth. I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to start off. I'm just extremely disgusted by the leadership of both the executive branch as the mayor's office, as well as his council, for the continued lack of accessibility that should be provided ultimately to the public. It is extremely disgusting that I was on this phone for 5 hours trying to make sure that I'm fully holding you accountable, but yet your system, you're so focused on your system and the damn robots that you're trying to allocate to the police department instead of making sure that the public has adequate accessibility to make sure that they can hold you accountable, those that were actually elected, or should I say selected, to fill the seats and to do the business of the people. I'm calling to urge you to vote no. But first, before I urge you to vote no, I find it extremely appalling and disgusting that no one can seem to say that they don't know where this vote come from. Well, we've seen the bill, we've seen the legislation, we've seen the drafting, the pre-drafting of the legislation, and we knew that it came from the mayor, and we knew that the council, some council members, or all of the council members are on board with this. And I'm demanding that you vote no on trying to criminalize poverty. You should not be trying to criminalize poverty. Instead, you should be trying to fight poverty and not the people in poverty. You should be trying to allocate funds that is going to go to community, allocate funds that's going to go into housing, allocate funds that's going to go into mental health services and room and shelter, and not law enforcement in this country. We are pouring millions of dollars by the month and by the weeks, yet maybe every damn council meeting you are trying to focus on spending endless amount of more money into law enforcement instead of the people. But yet you want to implement a $2,000 fine and or 90-day jail time. And yet, if you're still not clear, Councilman Velez and other council members who state that, oh, this is not about me, this is not stop being reactive and start being proactive and do what you need to do in full defense of the people, in full defense of those who are hurting and suffering the most, and instead trying to criminalize survival. You should be decriminalizing survival in all aspects of life, and you should be on a mandate to legislate in full defense of lives who are directly impacted, in full defense of lives who have been ignored by your leadership, ignored by you and your policies that are detrimental to survival. So no, I would not yield, and I'm demanding that you vote no on this dumb, ridiculous, anti-poor, anti-community, legislation, anti-people legislation that is in the way of liberation for Black and brown communities. I yield no.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, let's do item number 1 on second reading, and let's keep the public portion open to see if Ryan could keep connecting people. And also the recommendation of Councilman Abdelaziz with your email or the phone number that we could call them back, okay? Item number 1 on second reading.
So my recommendations meant nothing, Council President. I was giving recommendations all night.
I'm sorry,
so let's second reading ordinance amending and supplementing Paterson Code Chapter 275, currently titled Housing Standards, to be now entitled Housing Standards and Short-Term Rentals. It's sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez and Councilwoman Lelisa Mims.
Second.
Move. And before the vote, Madam Clerk, it's sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Lelisa Mims.
It's co-sponsored. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Members of the public, the hearing is now open for item number 1 on second reading. Those who wish to speak on the public on this item, mic is now open. So let's give it a minute. If Ryan, just a minute, Councilman Velez. Give it a minute if Ryan is have any person on the line.
Council President.
Just 1 minute, Councilman Velez. Let's hear from Ryan.
Is there someone on the?
Hello.
Yes, please state your name for the record. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Jonathan Yelverton, and I'm with the New Voices of Black Media. We are the largest conglomerate, and we're on all media platforms. Yes, Paterson is the 3rd largest city in New Jersey, with approximately 157,000 population. Latinos being 63.1%, 2 or more races at 16.5%, Blacks at 12.7%, and whites at 7.7%. Now, in terms of income and poverty, 23.7% live under the poverty line. Out of that 150,000, that's 37,210 people living beyond the poverty line. It's a disgrace. Unemployment, 10.5%. And it has the trajectory of that since the history of that data tells us that this has climbed year after year after year. I drive my car through the city of Paterson. I can't turn the block without hitting a crater. Stepping over homeless people at every turn. Our group, the New Voices of Black Media, was directly responsible for dismantling Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Now, imagine we take this to the state and local level. That was the federal level. We are sweeping across the nation. I sat here for almost 3 hours on the phone and listened to a bunch of word salad. That's all you guys were talking. It is a disgrace the way that the city of Paterson has become. And these people that are in these positions, in these chairs, they're not even worth the paper that their W-2s are printed on. And then you have one caller has the nerve to call in and talk about vote, vote, vote. Vote for what? That is the question. And these anti-Black policies are a bipartisan issue. It's not that because you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, it doesn't matter. Everyone knows that Blacks are the number one targeted race of people in all areas of anti-Blackness when it comes to health care. Our babies are dying. Our mothers are dying. When it comes to the economic equity access, we do not have. When it comes to unemployment, we are always at the bottom, and we represent only 16% of the United States population. How could that be? We have the highest numbers in all of these areas that I just mentioned. The school to prison pipeline, full of Black people in prison. Some of them don't even belong in there. And you and I both know that. It is an absolute disgrace that how the leadership has handled these issues, and it is only getting worse. But guess what? The good news is me and my team,
Madam Clerk, 3 minutes are up for the.
Hi, Ryan, is there any other speaker? Is there any other speaker? Okay.
There's no other speaker, Madam Clerk?
Ryan is calling another speaker.
Council President, this speaker is for the item, or this is the one that was waiting?
We just opened since we have this problem. I mean, we just opened the public portion. Make sure that whoever wants to speak, this is it's a disgrace. The system, the way the system is working. This is unacceptable. I mean, at this time, let's take whoever we need to take because we will not having another virtual meeting. Starting next week on the next workshop, we're going in public, we're going in person, and we're going to one of the school, one of the facility. I'll be in contact with the superintendent tomorrow and with the board president to choose one of the two facility for us to have the meeting until they let us know when we're going to be able to use the chamber. But this is a disgrace, and it's unacceptable that we could have, and as I mentioned before, I've been in so many Zoom meetings with people from out of the country, 20, 50 people with no problem at all. No problem at all. And everybody participating here with all the amount of money that we're investing in IT and technology. We cannot have a virtual meeting and we cannot allow the people, the public to speak. I'm just, it's just unacceptable. Madam Clerk, if we cannot get in contact with other speakers, the motion to close the public hearing on item.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilman Jackson.
No, not just a minute. People are still calling me. Miss Wahida Muhammad just called me.
No, we're not closing. We're not closing the public portion, Councilman Jackson. The mic is gonna still open. So we're just waiting for Ryan to connect us. We're gonna stay. The public portion is gonna stay on until this meeting stay on, because this is unacceptable. This is just to close the public hearing on item number 1. Madam Clerk, we close the public hearing on item number 1, and the public portion stay open until the end of the meeting.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close.
Madam Clerk, before whoever wants to speak, you stop and you let the person come in.
Yes, sir.
Please, thank you. Roll call.
Roll call to close the public hearing and item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila. I think she was there. I'll go back to her. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims. You're muted.
Vote, Madam Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yeah, let me see. Council President, 1, 2, 3. Yes, we do. I see Councilman Abdelaziz on, Council President to you, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Velez.
But they're not responding, so that's why I'm questioning.
Councilwoman Davila is there as well. She was just there. She went back to the office.
Councilwoman Davila is here with us. We're closing, council members, to close public hearing on item number 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila.
And
yes, Madam Clerk. I'm just making sure.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
What is yes to close public hearing, Madam Clerk, on item number 1?
I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson, are you there?
No. Madam Clerk, the president already voted.
Yeah, I know, Councilman Velez. I just want to make sure that what I have on the paper is correct. Councilman Mendez, thank you for your vote, sir.
Thank you.
So the votes are 3 absences, 6 yes. Public hearing and item number 1 is hereby closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
No, she's on her way, Madam Clerk.
I'll come back to her. Yeah.
Okay.
Councilwoman Davila.
I'm sorry. I actually ran over here. All right. So this item is second reading, right?
Yes.
And it's amending the Paterson Code Chapter 275, right? I need everyone to know why I'm supporting this. Okay. This is unacceptable, what's been going on in the 3rd Ward, but it's not only in the 3rd Ward. It's happening in other areas as well. It's affecting the quality of life. You want to buy a beautiful home and you want to host a party, that's definitely the purview of anyone who wants to host a party. But when you're basically having an after hour with hundreds of people and it's affecting the quality of life of the neighbors, okay, I can't. And we cannot accept that. So, with that said, I'm supporting this item. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson, it's absent. Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, so this is what you call taking action. In the 3rd Ward, many residents complained that there were different properties being utilized for Airbnb. With people that were in their bathing suits, like running across the lawn, leaving garbage and trash everywhere. So I'm really grateful. There was a meeting in that particular ward, and I know there were complaints through Council President in regards to that. And I'm really happy to see that now we're at the final vote, and this will be completed within the next 20 days. Well, 20 days after the vote on tonight, and then we'll start taking action. But I'm glad to see when the residents make a complaint that the council person does take action on the item. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
I had a question. This is going to be a large on the whole entire city?
No, this is a third ward. It's going to be in the section of the third ward, and the section of the third ward, Councilman Velez.
So because the title do not say it's going to be on the third ward only, that's why.
No, the body of the resolution, on the body of the resolution, specify the location. They have a specific location where this is going to be implemented, and it's all in the third ward, not outside the third ward.
Right, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Council Colley, Councilwoman at-large, Melissa Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and all my council colleagues for the support of this legislation. This is definitely needed. For years and years, property in the third ward, they've been purchased to do after hour, to do Airbnb, and to conduct business on the residential zone. That's been affecting the quality of life of our residents that pay the highest taxes in the city of Paterson in the historical area, and they can now just live in peace and enjoy their property in peace, because you have people buying those property and converting those property into Airbnb and club, having party every weekend. With this legislation, this is going to stop. This is going to stop, and it's going to be against the law to conduct that type of business in the third ward, bringing peace and bringing the quality of life back into the third ward. So I hear to my constituents, and as you mentioned, Councilman Mims, there was a multiple meeting. We came together, and I got this legislation done for my third ward resident. Quality of life is always going to be first and my top priority to all my third ward residents. And with that being said, my vote is yes. Thank you, Kali.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Council members. That's the last item. Let's go back to Ryan. If Ryan is, if there's any speaker on the line.
We have two speakers waiting.
So let's take care of those 2 speakers, and I will get back to you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Put the first speaker through, please. We have a speaker waiting. Put the person through.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Please state your name for the record and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kelly Labar. I just want to quickly say a couple things to start. I have also been waiting since 7. I also want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for voting to remove the resource distribution ordinance, and for Councilwoman Mims, who were seconding that, and also Councilwoman Mims, who was saying that we are not doing things wrong on the public side, that there's obviously some sort of technical issue. Anyway, this ordinance is not a resource distribution ordinance. It's an ordinance against the poor people of Paterson, against some of our most marginalized communities in Paterson.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Sorry, council member, please.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
And I fully agree with a lot of things that the other community members had said. Zelly, James Brown, Jenna Meller, I didn't catch their name, but the other BLM Elizabeth person with a lot of people said this shouldn't even be on an agenda. A lot of these organizations are volunteers. They do it on their own time, on their own dime, and they're there to show up for people that need help and resources. And it also takes away from the employees of Paterson and strains them to add another useless point in their job to try and enforce organizations that are just trying to help people. And this, again, is not something to clean up the city or anything. It's because they don't want to see folks that are in the most need in line. It is so demeaning to have to wait in line to clothe yourself, to clean yourself, to get resources so you don't die if you're addicted or using drugs. What these organizations do is help people and show up for people every day, all the time. And I don't care when this comes up and comes back up and what amendments or addendums or however it's phrased, it should always be voted against. There is no reason to come at organizations who are trying to help our people to fill a need that is not met. They do not have adequate housing, health care, substance use help, mental health help, employment, none of those things, but that's not being focused on. It's focused on the orgs that are trying to help folks and then covering it with saying that they leave garbage and it's unsanitary. It's ridiculous, and it's an attack on our most marginalized communities. And this is the most insane meeting I have ever been to wait, and it's absolutely disgraceful. And again, thanks to Mims for calling that out and saying it's embarrassing, because you have to admit that and do a lot better.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. There's another speaker there in the queue.
Yes, yes, Mr. President. Put the next speaker, please, right? Speaker, please state your name and go ahead.
My name is Richard Storman, Fifth Ward.
Mr. Dorothy, good evening.
Good evening. First of all, I've been a Paterson resident for 43 years. I spoke about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, about the issue with on Morton Street. Councilman Velez said that he did it, if I'm correct, a couple of years ago. Took a video of it where he cleaned it. But I don't think anything's been done since then, because I've been here for almost 3 years and it's been the same. So, I just want to put that issue out there. And another thing, why would you put only in the 3rd Ward for that ordinance? After our party, this stuff been going on for years in the bad wards, but nobody look at the bad wards. You're beautifying something that's already stable. As soon as it happens in the 3rd Ward, oh boy, it's a problem. But it's been happening for years and years and years, in the bad wards, Mike Ward and all of that. You know what I mean? I don't understand that. Thank you, guys. I don't want to say too much more because I'm just beat from waiting so long. It's a disgrace. You guys got to do better. God bless you and have a great night and be safe.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, let's wait a couple of minutes to see if we could get in touch with all the speakers. And I really want to apologize.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Oh, hi.
Yes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we all hear you.
Please state your name and go ahead.
Hi. Yes, my name is Grace Carvelis. I'm founder of a nonprofit organization, Hands of Hope Ministries. We've been in Paterson for about 5 years now, and twice a week, every week, we have a hotline. And I'm just really disheartened that I'm even here waiting to speak and defend what I do, what we all do. And that's just to help the community. And it's so beyond handing out a tent or a sleeping bag or a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, which I don't think creates such a mess. It's the bonds we create. It's the trust that we created, and it's the friendships. And we lost so many, but our goal is to get them off the street, and we've been successful with that. And to be frowned on now and penalized and punished, I can't wrap my head around it. I was absolutely floored when I heard this was even going on. So before you sit in your workshop and discuss this, just know it's so much more than food on the sidewalk. Get more garbage pails, lock them down. You got one garbage pail in one area, and I know it's a mess at times. I know there's hot food given out. Temperatures don't need to be taken, but yes, there is a mess. But let's work on cleaning that up and making more options to throw things out. Not one garbage pail in a huge populated area where food is being served. Maybe simpler solutions, not fines of $2,000 and locked up. I have to look over my back to help people and spread the word of Jesus and just show love and gain trust. It's just unacceptable to me. I'm sure to many. It's heartbreaking. So just please think about it. I'm tired. I just wanted you to hear my voice for a minute, for whatever it's worth. So God bless. Good night.
Just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name for the record. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ernest Crockett. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ernest Crockett. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm a resident of the city of Paterson in the 3rd Ward. I've made several attempts to be on this meeting this evening, including trying to get into Zoom. The reason why I called in is because of my concern regarding the several articles I read regarding the people coming in and providing services for people who otherwise would not receive help with feeding and things of that nature and the impact. I'm glad to hear that it has been tabled, at least for now, but I wondered if you could have more input from us in the community who are out there actually doing this. There are so many things that, and if the paper is correct, there are things that I'm concerned about. I volunteer. I'm retired from my full-time job, so it gives me the opportunity to volunteer in many different areas. And feeding, I don't always like to say homeless, but feeding the community is one of the things that I get involved with. And I am just really concerned about this and how it's going to impact. I don't ever call the council meeting, even though I listen to it. I'm one of those people in the community who, even though I'm not working full time, that is, I'm not getting paid, I'm very involved within the community. One of those quiet people in the community that's working. And there's just so many other things that I've been concerned about recently, like the trash and the things that are going on with that. How today I had to take products and stuff from my home to the city, whereas in the past we were able to get those things picking up from our door. We should be concerned about things like that rather than having people come in and help us. I'm concerned about the houses that are being built and there's not ample parking. We already know that at Eastside High School and 16th Avenue, in that area, if there's a fire, those buildings are going to burn down because the fire trucks can't get in. There are other things that the priority should be given to. And I know that this is probably going to shut off in a minute, but I do appreciate Councilman Jackson for clarifying the information regarding deed restrictions. I'm disappointed that it took so long to get through that particular area. We know that there are restrictions put on deed. I was actually vice president of Triangle Village when that was built, and I was the lead person who filled all of those apartments. I was on Inca Housing, and I understand deed restrictions. And it could have been said in a few words rather than going around and around. So it's important to streamline conversations regarding, it's important for us to understand. We know that you have these meetings, but tell us what's going on. I do appreciate that the fact that you do work hard and there are a lot of areas to cover and that so many people bring so many concerns to you. But these are some of the things that are on my particular heart and mind this evening. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. And good night.
Thank you. Any other caller, Ryan? Is there another caller? Okay. Caller, if you're there, please state your name and go ahead.
Hi, good evening. This is Karima Green. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilman and woman, for taking this call this evening. My name is Kerry McGreen. I am the owner and operator of Joanne's Joy, where we feed the homeless along with providing them hygiene products. And it's different from my company where we do not feed them hot foods per se any longer. The majority of what we do in the city of Paterson, what we have been doing for 6 years on the street of Broadway, is on Avenue of Broadway, is providing the homeless community with hygiene products. And even my company has even worked with the city, the mayor's office, in helping homeless people get apartments and then providing them the products that we're purchasing, providing it for their apartments. And so it's so discouraging to hear that you're now considering that organizations that are outside of Paterson was on a call, and then I heard you say, I'm not sure what the councilwoman's name is, excuse me, and she said, oh, that's only for people, organizations that are outside the city of Paterson. Well, we're considered outside of the city of Paterson because I don't live in Paterson. And so my company is not created in Paterson. And so it's so discouraging that we're a company that we work with, the organization, a nonprofit, have you, that works with the mayor's office, and then they turn around and say, oh, we don't want to work with you now, or now you're going to be fined to do these things. And so it's just very discouraging. And I would just hope that you guys would remove this off the docket. Remove this to not even being an option. That's something that we talk about. I am sure I'm a member of a church in Paterson where my pastor in the community of churches that we're involved in, they do great, mighty, wonderful things in Paterson and for the people of Paterson. And we hear of the issues and the problems that you guys are having, and that the people are having, and they're crying out for security and help. And for this to be on the docket is such a slap in the face to those that have put their blood, heart, and tears and sweat into helping those that are forgotten. And for it to look like, oh, well, we don't want your assistance, we don't want your help. And it's technically, we're not, this is for those that are crying out for our help. And so it's, I just hope that you guys would, just reconsider this thing that you guys, that was put together. It's so unethical. It's so immoral. And yeah, I pray God can bless you guys and give you some wisdom concerning the matter. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Speaker, are you there? Please go ahead.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. This is Dave Gilmore. How are you?
I'm doing great. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So listen, I want to say unequivocally, this is the worst experience I've ever had coming to the council meeting. I missed the opportunity to weigh in on the Airbnb because I really wanted to say something about that, and I hope another opportunity presents itself. But let me go straight to the heart of the matter. As far as I'm concerned, I believe the discriminatory practices against poor people, the most marginalized people in the town, the economically challenged people of the town, that are now being threatened with abominable consequences for being poor and in need of services that are being given in this pop-up environments around the city. At the same time, you're looking at the people across town or downtown operating flea markets of furniture sales on the city streets, on the sidewalks. I've been documenting this for 6 years or longer. Since Mayor Jane was in, we had that situation right outside there on the corner by the old bank at the city hall. Flea market activity, furniture sales, it's just crazy. The electronic bikes and the people selling food without permits and this and that, whatever.
But the laws exist, but they're not being executed. Now, all of a sudden, you're targeting these people. It's a discriminatory act. I think that some folks have had enough of looking at some of the poor people, but this is not the way to do it. Punishing them for being poor. It's a damn shame. And people need to be ashamed of themselves, the ones that crafted this ill-fated ordinance. It's terrible. But my thing is the disparity between what you're doing to the poor people and what you're allowing the business people to do downtown. It's selective enforcement at its worst application. And that's why I think some of you need to go. The fact of the matter is that May 14th, there's an opportunity to change some of the people in those seats from the top down. The disparity of the things that we see. This town has a hate and or discriminatory practice throughout. You fire people for going blind. You fire people for speaking up in their First Amendment right to speak. This is you promote and put people in positions, i.e., zoning office and overlooking well-qualified minorities. These racist activities have got to be addressed and talked to and brought to bear. This right now, with the targeting the poor people, is a damn shame. And I think something needs to be done about it. So I'm going to leave it there. I will be coming to more of the council meetings to discuss other items, of some of which you already know what I'm going to talk about. But we're going to showcase and highlight some of the inequities that are happening in this city. Good night.
Thank you, Dave.
Good night. Is there any other caller?
Council.
Caller, if you're there, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, good morning.
Morning,
My name is Esperanza Jenkins from HS&H Outreach Services, and I'm calling in, and I've held on for the last almost 5 hours, just to speak the piece of, how I feel like the bill that you guys have removed and was proposing really did not truly do the justice to the nonprofit organizations that service day in and day out within the city of Paterson. It truly undermined the quality of life that we get to bring to people who have not been seen for so long. I really wish that you would take the position of doing what the city of Newark, like Councilman Velez has said, in regards to basically collaborating with nonprofits that are doing the work of the unsheltered within your city. We work with, we get to work with, the mayor. We get to work with a whole demographic of a team that is specialized that helps with homeless teams, right? So they have what's called a hot team, which actually goes out and actually helps to provide resources and connect to many of the unsheltered populations that we get to serve. It has food, but for so many, that is such a valuable resource.
Council President, that was less than 3 minutes, and she got cut off.
Did I get cut off?
No, she's not off.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wish you guys would really collaborate with a lot of the street outreach teams and really understand the needs of your communities.
Council President.
I know the biggest. I know that you understand that there's a lot of trash around the city, but most of those areas that we ride up and down and that we help people in, they're not our hot spots. and they are largely trashed by
Council
other
President.
areas that have not been picked
Councilman
up.
West, let's wait for a minute when she finishes her sentence. And the assistant should take her off after 3 minutes. So that's the reason why I'm not interrupting her.
And because are you guys talking to me, or can I continue?
No, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay. But there's a lot of improvements that can be done. I know that there's been a lot of development, but the developments have been excluding a lot of your low income city members. And those are things that are really, really needed. I know affordable living has been such a big issue, but we have completely negated that there is not a livable income for those that are living at fixed incomes that are below $2,000. There's a lot that you can do and work with us. And I really would hope that the city council, the mayor, would embrace us and really work on to being able to provide a better way of living for all within the city of Paterson.
Thank you. Thank you. So before the next speaker, Madam Clerk, so the last speaker spoke for way more than 3 minutes. Is the system? I don't see you, Madam Clerk. Is Ryan, Madam Clerk? I mean,
she stepped away, Council President. I'm here.
Yes. So can Ryan explain that to us? I mean, now that the 3 minutes they're not working. So until the Madam Clerk came back and Ryan came back, we finished all the item agenda, Council members. After when we finish with the last speaker on public portion, I will ask a motion to close and finish this meeting. We conclude with the agenda, and I'm not. I will apologize to a Paterson resident because of the disaster that we have tonight. Because this is a disaster, and under my leadership, I'm not expecting to have another meeting like this. It's a disgrace. We're investing so much money on IT, tax dollar in IT, and we cannot have our meeting now. All the phone calls coming in. Last speaker spoke for more than 3 minutes. I don't really know. So right after that, council members, so we'll be meeting in person next week at the next workshop because this is not going to happen again. Madam Clerk, how many more speakers we have before we close the public portion?
We have 2 more in queue.
Okay, after council members, after the 2 speakers, 12:10, I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public portion, and we will adjourn the meeting. That's the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Speaker, if you're there, go ahead. While we're waiting, Council President, I know I announced for the public hearing and second reading on the ordinances for May. It should have been April 23rd, 2024. So items 3 and 4, public hearing and second reading, will be on April 23rd, 2024 at the regular meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Speaker, you're here. Go ahead, please. They're coming on, Council President.
Madam Clerk, while we get into the next speaker, ask Ryan why the 3 minutes didn't work for this speaker.
Yeah. Ryan? He's on the phone with one of the callers, Council President. Well, I'm not taking up for him. I think maybe the problem is he's the only one man in the system. The last time he had some assistance with him, but he's the only one here this evening.
That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. If they know that we having a regular meeting virtual, why is that Ryan doesn't have any assistant? When I know that there's around 4 new members on the team of IT, it's just unacceptable. That's a disgrace that Ryan is the only one taking calls and doing everything. That's just unacceptable. That's not an excuse. There's enough people there to be here taking care of the community, the phone call, all the calls. Last week at the last workshop, the meeting was perfectly fine. Now we cannot even attend the public when they're calling. And we have this virtual meeting against our will because I would love to be on the chamber. So it's not our choice that we're doing the meeting virtual, but at least it's the administration's responsibility to have the staff to take care of the calls. And I just see Ryan going back and forth. So once again, I do apologize, Paterson resident. So we will look for a solution for a new venue for next week. And we will leave this virtual meeting alone until they get it together, because actually it's not. It is.
Is there anyone on the line? Is there another caller? Mr. President, please bear with us. Ryan is trying to get another speaker. I guess the callers are becoming frustrated as well and are yelling at him. So member of the public, are you there? Please state your name and go ahead.
Yes. Kathy Morgan.
Hi, Ms. Morgan. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Okay, I have a couple of things I want to touch on. Okay, I'm going to start with the feeding of the homeless and everybody that feels some kind of way about what's being said. First of all, you don't live in Paterson. You don't know how unsafe it is. You don't ride through the streets with your grandchildren in the car who gets terrified by someone walking up to your car, tapping on your window. Let's start there. And you're not helping Paterson. What you're helping us to do is the influx of every other county that throw away their people that are drug addicted and send them to Paterson, and then send them down here with their cell phones and their food cards to make sure that they're good, living in cars, on our streets, shooting drugs on our churches, shooting drugs in our parks, and in front of our children. So you don't live here. So you can only attest to coming down here doing your good Samaritan work and thinking you're making the world a better place. If you want to make the world a better place, why don't you start out by finding out where these people are from and taking them home? Take them where they live. Take them around their family. Let their children see what our children is subjected to seeing every day and on days when their church doors are closed. It's a shame that now we have to put gates and guards around our churches. Ride at night up by United Presbyterian, St. Luke. And as far as late night parties, that go on all throughout every ward. I live in the first ward, and on summer nights or nice nights, I can't go to bed till after 2 a.m. So some of my neighbors happen to decide that they're going to end their party. And as far as the trash collection is concerned, we need to do better with this company we have. They pick up what they want. They leave a whole lot more than they pick up. And if they drop trash in the street, that's where it stays until one of us go outside and clean it up. We have less trash pickup since we've had this new company. And I need y'all to get on these taxi regulations, cutting through traffic and everything. And there needs to be some sort of regulations with everybody on these scooters and these bikes. I almost turned right and killed someone, because they zipping all in between traffic and stuff with no regard for traffic, no regard for traffic rules and regulations. I'm not being prejudiced. I don't know if people that's coming over here are just acquiring license or just acquiring cars and driving. People don't obey stop signs, red lights, nothing. I almost got killed the other morning going to work where some guy was barreling through in a big Nissan truck and almost ran right into me on Jefferson Hill. So there's a lot of things that need to be taken into account in this city. And as far as you all having the police ticket cars on the corners, when you're overcrowded in this city, And you have built all these apartment buildings with no parking. People have to pay for the parking in these buildings they make. You can't, they should provide at least one car per household. You have to park on the streets. People that have driveways park all their cars on the street, so there's nowhere for you to park. And if you park too close to a stop sign, too close to a corner, you're racking up tickets. Come on, we got to do better. You can't keep building the city up and busting out the corners with all these people, and you have no reservations as far as parking, how we're going to do this. Something needs to be done, and I'm getting back to the homeless. Like I said before, give me a van and a couple of knockout kings. Let's take them back home. These are not the people from Paterson that are littering our streets. These are people from Up County, Lower County, all over, Ocean County, everywhere. They're coming up here because the drugs are easily accessible, and it's okay to live on the streets in Paterson. If a little Black or Hispanic boy is walking down the street, and when I mean little, I mean young man, they'll get harassed by the police. But you got these lily whites that come up in here and they can do whatever they want, get high right on the street. The cops will ride right by them and salute them and keep on going. Now, I mean, make it make sense for me. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Madam Clerk, motion to close.
We have more people waiting in the room. How many more? We have two more, Council President.
I hear there was two more, and now there's two more in addition to that.
How many? Two more? That's it. No more. Okay.
Hello?
Speaker, are you there? Please state your name and go ahead.
Yes. I'm here, Madam Clerk. This is Chanel Fields. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Fields.
Good morning.
I am just absolutely frustrated with the whole process of this. I can't tell you how many times the call was dropped, how much anxiety this has breeded amongst the community. It's ridiculous, but I'm not going to spend my time on that. First, I want to salute Ms. Deborah Hannibal for encouraging the public to continue to vote. And no matter what was said tonight, guys, please continue to vote. And I echo in solidarity with saying that stop silencing the opposing views. The aesthetics don't lie. The moment Councilman Jackson opposes, he's often ostracized as the communal bandwagoning begins. And we are so tired of this. It has really gotten old. Sadly, much of what the Black and brown community is often received as combative, but the aesthetics of that highlight the same issues, which is a sense of urgency being placed on it by selective racism with certain issues. And I feel like when I hate to say this, when the white community comes forth with an issue of food insecurity and so forth, it's met with a sense of urgency. When the Black and brown community says something, we're combative. This is disturbing to the public. What stage? I want to know what stage is the council chambers in, and the expected timeline for completion so that the public can return to the people's house. The council is often situational, and I ask that you all do a better job of being mindful of your evident disdain when former tragic mishaps are readdressed. It could easily be one of your loved ones that receives no resolve. And it feels like the only way it will ever truly matter to some of you is if that happens, and that's terrible. Lastly, on the food situation and this ordinance that has been written, I feel like it's criminal. And for many of the pantries that are in the city of Paterson, I have witnessed myself. One of my aunts, she receives food from a pantry every week. I'm going to let them remain nameless, but a lot of them are like church pantries where the food is just before expiration or past expiration. And the council needs to be cognizant of this to verify the information before spewing it out to the public about what these pantries do and what they actually give. There are some that do good deeds with giving, out food that they would actually eat. And then there's some that really just don't give a you-know-what. And they feel like they should take it with a grain of salt because it's better than having nothing. And we have to change the dynamics of that. Lastly, this right here, as far as this this method that you guys are using, is all the more reason why we need to be public. We need to redeem the public portion. We have to bring that back. We have to bring back workshop meetings. This is outrageous. We could have, I echo whoever said it, we could have had a Zoom call. And I'm gonna rest it right there because I'm so pissed off. I don't want to say anything out of line. You guys have a good morning.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and go ahead. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lex. I live in the city of Paterson. And to start off, I just wanted to say houselessness and poverty are forms of state violence. And the victims of this are fighting for their lives despite whatever anyone thinks. And people like Jenna and Ruby Clark, James Brown, Zelly, Duane, Bree, Grace, Esperanza, and so many others are actually saving people's lives on a daily basis with their work. I have worked with all these organizations that I mentioned and like the members of, and they are real life savers. Like that's what they do. This ordinance is just creating more barriers for care for our most vulnerable neighbors in Paterson. This is an attempt to not only disappear houseless folks, especially those who struggle with substance use and mental health, but is further criminalization of the poor because they will suffer the most from this. This ordinance has no humanity. A quick story. I've been working with a houseless man for about 5 years, and he asked me to take him to detox, which I did. He told me he wanted to go off substances and start working and get an apartment. He was so determined that we got turned down from the first two and we got him into the third. This man was cleaning windshields in the streets, but still had no money to give me for gas, which I didn't ask for. And he refused to go into detox until he cleaned my windshield. He later completed detox and he couldn't get into a shelter or housing and ended up exactly where I picked him up in our city. He ended up back on substances because you have to stay on substances on the street to stay awake and protect yourself and numb the emotional pain and sometimes even the physical pain. There's so much dehumanization and trauma and poverty. There's cyclical abuse, racism, classism, and more. This ordinance is just furthering those evils. We need more resources to get to these folks, not less. Talking about trash or kinds of food is just semantics. The DPW has no problem throwing out houseless people's belongings. They can pick up the trash. And if there needs to be more money for anything, the police budget is huge enough to cover it. This is about life or death, the quality of life and the possibility of futures. And it would be shameful on so many levels to pass it. I'm glad it got tabled. Food and housing are human rights. And thank you very much for your time and be well. And no war but class war.
Thank you. We have one last caller, Mr. President.
There was two last speakers, Madam Clerk. It's 12:25, so we got two last speakers, and then we added two more. We have
I'm sorry? Speaker, are you there? Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, after this one, we close the public portion.
Yes, sir. Ryan, there's no one on the line. The person, Speaker, are you there? The person is not there, Council President.
Motion to close public portion. Council members, can I have a motion to close?
Move.
Moved by Councilmember Les, second by Council President Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of April 9th, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm here.
Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. She's there. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Before I vote, Madam Clerk, I think we need to do a point of reference. I don't think we have a quorum. I think we need to check Check. I don't think there's a
Councilwoman
quorum.
Courtney's here, Councilwoman Mims, Council President, Councilman Abdelaziz is there,
Yeah, but you call
The
them
names are there, but
and
the
Councilman
question is,
Velez is there. We have
but they're
5.
not responding. So how many of the names called, how many of those individuals answered?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Public portion is closed, sir.
I have been on here for 5.5 hours trying to speak.
It is incredible. Let the speaker, I don't know what's going on, if it's Ryan, I don't know if we agreed that we're on the roll call and then another speaker coming in, but this is...
I've been on the call for 5.5 hours.
Yes, definitely. We're going to allow you to speak. Paterson, this is our virtual meeting, and this is the way we handle a public portion with so many resources on IT. Anyway, so good evening.
I remove my motion to close the public portion.
Let's
remove my motion.
Yes, and I remove my motion. Let's allow the members of the public to speak.
Thank you. My name is Joe Schultz. I represent an organization, City Relief. I'm very grateful that you guys moved to not move forward on this ordinance right now. As you guys have heard from many people, it is just abysmal. I'd like to still share a couple points. One thing I would like you guys to keep in mind as I'm sure you move forward on a new version of this is the precedents set forward in 2021 in the case of Fort Lauderdale Food Not Bombs versus the city of Fort Lauderdale. That set a precedent of it being a violation of the First Amendment rights of individuals and organizations to express political and religious messages by regulating and requiring permits for resource sharing, such as shared meals in public spaces. There have been countless people on here tonight who've stuck out Zelly, James Brown, everybody from BLM, Kelly LaBar, Lex Esperanza, who do amazing work and who I can attest always clean up after themselves. It really is not the individuals, the nonprofits and churches and everybody coming out to serve the community that's creating the problems. I completely understand the public nuisance of litter and that it is a problem that needs to be addressed. And I understand there may be outside individuals or organizations that come and leave a mess. I think rather than a penalization and criminalization of people coming to do helpful, good things, setting up a training system where people can be taught how to treat people like human beings and serve in the most effective ways would be so beneficial for all. I think that there is so much room for collaboration between individuals, organizations, faith communities, government organizations to find a way to solve this problem. And I would love for there to be a conversation of us all brought together, especially including people who are on the street receiving services and giving them a voice to share how they can help impact the problems that this ordinance is seeking to address. It is the methods that it's seeking to use to address these issues is horrible and dehumanizing and just terrible. But giving people the agency to participate in what's going on, rather than dehumanizing them by making them be huddled indoors with security, because the fact that they're impoverished means that we think that they are dangerous, which is insane. Giving them the opportunity to participate in the city of Paterson is a much better solution. Forgive me for being frustrated. It's been a long night. City Relief is more than willing and happy to help however we can. But I absolutely want to stand up for the rights of those who are coming to serve and for those who are being served, and that we in no way support this bill and are more than prepared to do any jail time that is decided upon, because we don't plan to stop serving. So thank you guys so much for your time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Do we have any more callers, Ryan? Mr. President, there are no more callers.
Move to close, please.
I'm sorry, Council President. I still had 2 more people trying to get in. And that would be it. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
I remove my motion to close.
Yeah.
I remove my motion to close, Council President.
Do we have a list of the callers? Because people are texting me that they never received a call that were on the line. I have about 5 people that were on the line that never received a call.
Ryan said everyone who was on the list have been called back, Council, that were in the queue, right?
Also, Council
Ms.
President.
Wahida, you can't get her back? No. Oh.
In the future, let's do the public portion first, because, you know.
Call back. They have not. Yeah.
Caller, are you there? Go ahead, please. No. Ryan said Miss Wahida called in. He tried calling her back, but she's not picking up. So.
Council President, are you here? Council President, are you in lock?
Oh, yes, I do apologize. I thought that I was on lock, on mute. Council member, this is, I thought you was hearing me, council members, but this is, it's just so much. Madam Clerk, I mean, so if we have another speaker, Madam Clerk, just pass the speaker and let's close this, because this is the worst meeting that I ever see. And it's not because of me, it's not because of my council colleague, it's because of the system. There's no excuse for this. The excuse that Ryan is on his own, no, we have like 5 people on the IT. There's no, everybody know the administration, everybody knows that we have this regular meeting, and we have a responsibility with the resident to do this meeting virtual, because we cannot be at the chamber, but to let the community speak and be part of this meeting. And today it's been impossible. It looked like somebody saw before the 3 minutes, on the 3 minute, after 3 minutes, the phone automatically get disconnected. Now I see that people speak for over 3 minutes and nothing happened. I don't even know what happened with the system, but I would tell all the residents of the city of Paterson that you would not see me on virtual anytime soon. That next week we're going back to in-person meeting. Even though if we have to go on the hallway on the 2nd or the 3rd floor of City Hall, we're meeting in person. This is an embarrassment to the resident of the city of Paterson. We invest in so much money and in IT, and we cannot even have a decent meeting. Let me know, Madam Clerk, if we have another speaker. If not, I'm sorry.
There's no one else on the line, Council President.
Are you sure? Are you sure before I move?
Because once we start the roll call, we're not going to allow any other person to speak. If there's
Ryan said there is no one else on the line.
Thank you. So there was a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez, second by Council President. Roll call to close this public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that I had sent the call. Actually, I sent about 6 or 7 calls. You said what?
Councilman Velez, mute your phone.
Yes.
Right. I know I personally sent about 6 or 7. So the 2 people that were not able to get on was Bree from Black Lives Matter and Wahida Muhammad. I sent them the number and the code, but they were not able to get on. Yeah, we have to do something, Council President, council members. This was absolutely I don't know what the right word to say for it, but
Terrible. I hope you're terrible.
you help me, Councilwoman. Yeah, and there was a lot of things that were on here tonight that should have not been on there. I can only say that I'm out here in the community, and everybody always is. I mean, we have the homeless, we have the addicts, but I see people, the working families are online. Working people are online. So it's not just homeless, it's not just addicts, especially when you know that you have a consistency. And I want to say, I know the Grandparents Resource Center, how they're aligned. So I know the Seventh-day Adventist Church, I know how Canaan Baptist Church, I know how St. Luke's is when they have theirs. And those are families that are coming for help. I know how they I was out there with Akbar McIntyre, and when he's consistent with his food, and every Sunday they know that he has, and I see parents come with the grandkids come, I see it. So I think sometimes we have a wrong idea of what's happening or what's going on in the community and what's happening, what people are needing. I think that I'm gonna make a suggestion to our corporation council, some of the items that I think that for that resolution about the resource that should not have been in there. And I can understand about you want to, for people who feed, like, okay, I can understand that. But when you have given out other items like clothing and everything, it shouldn't be. But I did do my best to try to send a much number. I'm here in the city. I'm here in my office up at City Council for the council meeting. That's why I was able to give Ryan some of the numbers for people to call. So we have to do a better job. We have to figure out how we gonna. It's about all of us working together, doing what we need to do. Some of the language just wasn't good in that resolution. And sometimes you really have to see everything. With that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm absolutely beat down. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila left, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
Councilwoman Cotton, the word for tonight was just terrible. To the point I just dozed off for a minute. It was just, it's like, this is, to the viewing public, Paterson, I just want to apologize. I'm not sure who's at fault, whatever, but it was just embarrassing for it to last that way. But I do want to give to Corporation Council, if you can check into it, there possibly is a violation to the Open Public Meeting Act regarding the signing in. We had announced there were 23 callers. We kept announcing how many callers were in queue, and there was an issue with them calling in. So if we can just check into that and get an email in regards to that, we possibly there is a possibility it could be a violation of the Open Public Meeting Act because those callers were not able to call in or get through in queue, and there was different access code issues. There were getting system address issues and all types of things. So if we could check into that, Corporation Council, just to make sure all the work that was done outside of the situation that happened with this call-in on tonight. Paterson, I've been out since 5 o'clock this morning, so I'm exhausted at this point, just waiting. But Madam Clerk, Corporation Council, Madam BA or Melinda, Ryan, and everyone else, to my council colleagues, thank you for all you do. Have a good night, everybody. My vote, Madam Clerk, is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
So, Madam Clerk, how many votes you got for close this public portion?
So far, I have Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Dr. Mims, and I have you and Council President. So we'll have 5.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Madam Clerk, you know, I have heard the concern of the community regarding this ordinance that we table. I will recommend the administration does a public forum and call in all those nonprofit he could explain what is this ordinance all means, and if there's something that they could put input to make it work, it will be beneficial for everyone in the city, especially us, to take a smart decision. When they put administration put things on the floor, you know, we understand, but sometimes we need to input of those nonprofit that works out there day and night with those that are disadvantaged at this time. So if the Director of Human Services could put a forum or a meeting and call in all those nonprofit, even those individuals that have food pantry or whatever, for they could explain what it is all about. At this time, I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to repeat it again. I am not against those individuals that come out of their way to serve the community properly and to serve the community the right way. So let the record reflect that. Council President, I know you're going to look for the venue we could do this meeting next week. Make sure that when that venue is available, Madam Clerk will advertise it to Channel 77, Channel 32, put a press release out there for the community to know the address and the location that this meeting is going to take place, because we don't want no community to feel disadvantaged that we are moving to a place to do the meeting presence and they don't have the address or the location that we're going to do this meeting. Saying that, to the constituent of the 5th Ward, I took notes of anything that was concerning the 5th Ward. And if I had to call you or you don't have my number is 201-496-8082. Feel free to call me anytime or text me anytime you want. Saying this, Council President, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me take this moment to once again apologize to all the members of the public for this chaos of this public portion. It's very concerning to me. Tomorrow I'm going to start looking for a new venue for us to meet in person and to allow the community to be there and to hear their concern. So I'll make sure that everybody get the information. We're going to start working about the new location first time tomorrow morning. But I'm correct. To all the members of the public, thank you for trying to connect, and some of those that had the opportunity to be on the line with us. I hear that some members of the community have some problem with also the ball pickup. There was a resident from the 3rd Ward that expressed their concern about the ball pickup. My cell phone number is 973-930-1436. I don't have the number for that resident. If I could get that information, Madam Clerk, to reach out to her and see what is the concern, I will deeply appreciate it. And there's a lot of need in our community. I know there's a lot of great organizations that are doing the great work in the community. And Councilwoman Catton mentioned something extremely important. And it's not only the homeless that need assistance. We have people that they are working, that they have 1 and 2 jobs, and you see them and in the line in those food pantry. There's a lot of need in this community. We have a lot of residents of the city of Paterson going through a tough time. So we need to have an open dialogue about this situation. The administration need to sit down and have a clear meeting with all those non-for-profits and entities that are doing the work in the community. So members of the public. So once again, just Thank you. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you for being in contact with us. And Council Cali, once again, thank you for the great support on this legislation for the Airbnb to stop those illegal activity in the third ward and bringing back quality of life into the third ward with this legislation. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The public portion of the regular meeting of April 9, 2024 is hereby closed.
Motion to close.
Move to close.
Moved by Councilmember Velez and second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. Roll call to adjourn the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, April 9, 2024. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Sleeping.
He's gone. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say good night to you out there in the public. As Council President said, next week it will be a different type meeting. This was really absolutely, my brother done text me like 5 times, like say, what is going on with you? My sister done text me. Like I said, people don't realize that this meeting is being watched all over the country and all over the world. Other people in other countries can see our meeting. So we know we got to do better. I want to say good night to you all out there in TV land. Please forgive us for what happened tonight. We got to make sure that it doesn't happen again. All right, Council President? So we have to make sure, but I want to say good night to all my council colleagues that are still on, to my council, corporation council, to my BA, to our Melinda, who does our stenography, to, of course, my Madam Clerk, and also to my deputy Madam Clerk. I want to wish you all a good night. And to Ryan, it was tough tonight, Ryan. We've had to figure out what really went happen, and I don't know what was going on. For some reason, it was just cutting off. But I know you had said that when the public is talking, we don't need to say nothing because it kind of dismiss stuff. So we need to know as council members, when the public come on, we don't need to talk. We don't need to say anything. Let Madam Clerk be the only voice that anybody can hear. It should be only coming from Madam Clerk. With that being said to you all out there, I want to wish you all a good night. And I just want to remind you that I am running for my reelection. Vote 1A on the ballot. Re-elect Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Dedicated, committed, and accessible to all. Everyone, have a great night. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila, is that there?
Yep.
Councilman Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman
Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk. I just want to read a statement that somebody tagged me on, not tagged me, just put Fifth Ward and Fifth Ward resident. I say, and I'm going to read it this way. Really, Paterson, my aunt waited for 3 hours to speak during the public portion. I fell asleep. This is BS. And I responded, that's why I requested to go back into a school, into the City Hall chambers is fixed. And the person said the location had to do nothing with getting into the speak. What I tried to say to the person is, I'm requesting to go live in presence in a school because this Zoom meeting or whatever is not working.
Yeah, we don't have a quorum.
Yes,
and we don't have a quorum. Yes, we have a quorum, but everybody log in still, no? But that's what it is. So saying that, Council President, good night. Hopefully we find this place and we don't need to use Zoom unless we want to use another method called WebEx or whatever, because this is ridiculous. This gives bad name to Zoom. Trust me, a bad name to Zoom. Saying that, my vote is yes to close the meeting tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see my Councilman Ruby Cotton, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Melissa Mins, Councilman Velez, and myself. We got 5 on the meeting. So thank you, Council Cali, for staying until the last inning of this meeting. We finished the agenda. We have a lot of important items on the agenda, and teamwork is what need to happen in the council. As you saw, there was a very there was a legislation on the floor with a lot of questions, so we table it. And this is not gonna come back until the administration do the work with the not-for-profit and have a conversation with the community about what really needs to be done. So we making a lot of critical decisions as a council, as a governing body to represent the community. And it's my intention and my hope to make sure that the people, to hear the community. That is the reason why I feel my level of frustration was so high, because I mean, it's really sad. And I am on my private sector. I've been in Zoom meeting and virtual meeting with 20, 40, 50 people, and it worked perfectly fine. But today, it was really horrible. It was really bad. I'm looking forward to have a meeting in person next week. So I'm going to start working on that, Madam Clerk. So we'll be in touch tomorrow. So Paterson, once again, thank you. Thank you for being there every step of the way. To the resident of the third ward, let's keep making progress with Alex Mendez as your third ward councilman. Legislation for Airbnb is done. So now the enforcement piece after 21 days that become a law, it's now the next task. And the administration, I know they will jump on, and we will stay on top to make sure that we enforce the law to bring quality of life back into the third ward. I want to say thank you to all the residents of the third ward for the great support that you show me. Every time I go to any voter, I meet any person in the third ward in the street, they clearly give me that endorsement. And I want to say thank you. Thank you for that. Don't forget, so May 14th is around the corner. Mendez 1A on the ballots to be your councilman of the third ward again. Let's continue the progress in the third ward. I will say loud and proud that the third ward is one of the cleanest ward in the city of Paterson. I've been educating all my constituents about the ball pickup, knowing that you need to log in, download the app, Paterson Plus app, schedule the ball pickup, and they will tell you the day and time to pick it up. If you schedule and they don't pick it up, then you call Councilman Mendez at 973-930-1436. I want to make sure that the street in the third ward are clean. I don't want to see furniture around. And so far, every morning I drive around my third ward, I'm not seeing furniture out there, and I see that the work is being done. And if you have the leave of recycling and that's supposed to be picked up and they don't pick it up, call me, 973-930-1436. I'm here to hold the administration accountable and every department accountable for the services that we should provide to the resident of the city of Paterson, in this case, my third ward resident. So I want to say thank you once again. And let's finish this election with a great success. And I know it's going to happen. So Mendez 1A to be your councilman of the third ward. Again, good night, Paterson. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure. Councilman Jackson, are you there? I know
Wasn't that Al that had said yes?
Yes, I'm here.
No, it was, no.
Who said yes before me? Wasn't that Al?
Yes, he was.
Yes, Councilman Abdelaziz was absent.
So he was there. He was absent?
Yes. He didn't answer, no.
They're present, but they're mute, and I vote. So let's call the vote, Madam Clerk. That way we'll close the meeting.
She's trying to get a fifth person.
Councilman Jackson, are you there? Yeah, he's
So there's no quorum. The meeting's over.
No, that's not how it works, Councilman Lewis.
Oh, so I know that, but you know.
But I thought that okay, when we closed the public portion, wasn't Al there?
Yes.
Yes, he was there when we closed the public portion.
Yes, he was there. So we got quorum by the time.
Why did he get off? He know he shouldn't have gotten off.
We don't have quorum and he don't answer. That's the problem.
But he voted on the closing of the public portion?
He sure did. Why would he leave? Because we would go right into closing the public portion. Like, why?
Okay, so he understood that the meeting was
Can we just close the meeting so we could go to bed?
We cannot close the meeting because it's a sunset.
Give me a minute.
So the meeting is improperly adjourned, so we can go We don't have a quorum to close it.
Hold on for a minute. Let me call Al.
Call somebody, please.
I am. Al, do me a favor. You log in, please. Vote no to close the meeting, please. Why no? Because you log in by the record. Oh, sorry. Vote yes. By the record, you log in the yes, please. That's the only time I lobby for a vote.
Hello. Councilwoman.
Councilman Abdelaziz, are you there?
Yeah. Do we try to get Councilman Abdelaziz to log in? Can you log in to close the public portion, to close the meeting, adjourn the meeting?
He was there. Oh, Madam Clerk, can you call Mike Jackson? He's logged in.
No. Councilman Ballet, just give me a second. Madam Clerk, I have Councilwoman Davila on the line. Can you tell Ryan to send the link to Councilwoman Davila?
Ryan, can you send the link to Councilman Davila just for this vote, please?
The meeting and council member, it's just.
Councilman Abdelaziz is on.
Okay.
Councilman Abdelaziz, we're closing the municipal council meeting. Your vote, please, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Mr. President, the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The meeting of April 9, 2024 is hereby closed. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. And before we leave, council member, let's remember, so when we got this case, please, let's not get disconnected before we properly close the meeting. Good night, Council Colley. Good night, Madam Clerk. Good night.
Good night, Council President.